All right, good morning, everyone. It is 9 a.m., a little bit after 9 a.m., which means that we're going to get started with the proclamations. What we do before every council meeting is we honor different groups, organizations, people, events, days, etc. So we're going to begin that process now. I'm going to start with bringing up members of the Junior League of New Orleans. You can come up to the middle table here. Because today, alongside the Junior League of New Orleans, the council is formally recognizing Period Poverty Awareness Week 2023, which is held on May 22nd to 28th of this month. And so that'll be next week. 1 in 4 teens who menstruate in the United States had missed class due to lack of access to period supplies. More than 1 in 3 low-income women report missing school, work, or similar commitments due to lack of access to period supplies. A recent survey by Kotex revealed just how much period poverty is disproportionately impacting Black and Latina women, as well as the impacts of COVID-19 on the issue. 23% of Black women and 24% of Hispanic women with periods strongly agree that they've struggled to afford period products in the past year. 27% of all respondents said the COVID-19 pandemic made it difficult to access period products, with 2/3 of those who have struggled stating they lacked access because they could not afford them. We're so grateful to the Junior League for bringing awareness to this particular issue and also for constantly working to provide supplies to the community to ensure that issues like this don't persist. And I think what's interesting too is, this is kind of a sensitive topic to talk about. And I think some feel uncomfortable about talking about it, but actually we shouldn't feel uncomfortable talking about it. We should talk about it more. And I think that that this week is next week is particularly important because it brings more awareness to this particular issue. Would you all like to say anything? If you would, you could just sit at one of the chairs. Okay. And introduce yourselves too.
I'm Kendra Reed. I head up our period supplies bank for the Junior League the last 2 years and this coming year as well.
And I'm Tara Waldron. I am the current Business Council Director sitting on the board of Junior League of New Orleans and President-elect starting in June. So
wonderful. Anything you want to say about this particular topic or about next week?
Just a few quick comments. First and foremost, Junior League would like to thank you for the opportunity to be here today to raise awareness about period poverty. We are incredibly grateful for all the partners that we work with in the area to ensure supplies are available for those in need of it. And I wanted on that level to share some of our distribution channels. First, in honor of Period Poverty Awareness Week, at the end of the month, we are stocking all of the New Orleans community fridge sites with period supply kits. So that will be available. The members are doing that on May 22nd. Additionally, we have partnered with the Rosa F. Keller Public Library in Broadmoor to provide free month kits on an ongoing basis. So those resources are going to be available, and please share that with anybody in need. We would really appreciate it.
No doubt about it. I'll have Sadie in my office share that through the city council channels as well.
Fabulous. Thank you.
Would you like to say anything?
No, just the demand is constant.
Yeah.
This year, we're going to hit over 100,000 items distributed. And it was 60,000 last year, 40,000 the year before. Like, we're just really increasing what we can do, but still lots of people need worry-free days.
No doubt. And once again, we thank you very much for the consistent work that you've done on this particular issue. Councilmember Green?
Good morning.
Good morning.
And I learn more every week and every day. And I appreciate the fact that in listening to those statistics, I've learned more today. And I just appreciate the fact that you all are bringing attention to the very important issue. And I'll be thinking about next week and sharing information that I get with others so that they can be aware of it too. But thank you for your bringing attention to a very important matter.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Green. And let's move to the front. We can take a photo.
One more. Awesome. And I'll email these to you. Happy to do so.
Could we just get another one really quickly? Sorry. Sorry, though. Council member, we just get a quick one.
Good morning, everyone. I just want to say that it's a pleasure for me to be here this morning to recognize coaches from Dillard University. Very quietly this year, Dillard University had 3 championship teams in the Gulf Coast Athletic Conference, and that's the tennis team, the men's track and field team, and also the baseball team, right? Did I miss one? That's good. You don't see enough about it. And I guess Dillard is in some respects modest, but the bottom line is that we have to get that word out. And I want to ask Dillard's coaches to come forward for a second. And the supporters.
I've made some changes to that.
And the photographer. Y'all have a seat for just a second. We got a minute. I was pleased to be there on yesterday evening, and congratulations on that ceremony. Tell the public a little bit about what happened last night, because I don't know if folks know that Dillard has an athletic Hall of Fame. Tell us about it.
My name is Dr. Linda Bell, and we had our 14th annual Hall of Fame banquet last night in honoring 22 members of the alumni and community service people.
Right. And also we had an opportunity to celebrate these championships. So
Yes, sir.
congratulations, And I also appreciate the fact that Dillard students and its administrators do so much in our community, and its graduates, its alumni. So many things, even here at the city of New Orleans, in terms of the different positions held. But also, I'm so pleased that working with your Office of Community and Church Relations through Nick Harris, so many members of the Dillard students body come out and support activities that are going on in our community. This year was a special year for baseball. Tell us about baseball this year. Very special. It was special for anybody who gets a championship, but there was a very special fact relative to baseball. Can you tell us about it?
Yes, sir. So baseball, this was their inaugural season. And so we was excited to see them win their first GCAC championship in their inaugural season. And here's the coach right here to go a little bit more into detail.
Most definitely. It was definitely something that I guess you would say not a lot of people were thinking that it would happen. Like I said, like I tell everybody, God gave me the vision. I created the culture, the players drove it. And in the end, it just got better and better. So now we're heading into our selection show on today. It'll be at 4 p.m. and we'll find out where we're going. And then hopefully we can get to a World Series and also continue to create that history.
Madam Vice Chair, the first year, the inaugural year, the Gulf Coast Athletic Championship. That's pretty
That's
significant.
pretty amazing. Yeah, I'm just like, wow, that's
Right.
great. Congrats.
So I have proclamations for each of you, the coaches, which is short, so I'll just say, whereas the city of New Orleans is renowned for its food festivals, famous citizens and foreign visitors, and whereas the city council takes great pride in paying tribute to events and activities, now therefore be it proclaimed by the city of New Orleans that the New Orleans City Council recognizes Dillard University's baseball coach, Trennis Grant. Congratulations on leading the Blue Devils to the Gulf Coast Athletic Conference Baseball Championship in your inaugural season. Also, Dr. Linda Bell, the athletic director of Dillard University. We salute you for your leadership and guidance of the Blue Devils athletic program and for your vision to turn the men and women's track teams and the baseball team into Gulf Coast Athletic Conference champions. And also to assistant coach Matt Rivera, congratulations on leading the Blue Devils to the Gulf Coast Athletic Conference Baseball Championship in the first year, the inaugural season. So congratulations to all our coaches. On yesterday, I had an opportunity to recognize the players and just to say how much we appreciate the work that they did. You know, our city appreciates it, the city council, and to coaches and athletic director. Thank you
Thank
for what you all have done. Come forward to take a
Thank
picture.
you.
Let's everybody give them a round of applause, please, for Dillard University's great success. I could have said more. I could have talked about St. Augustine. No, maybe Palmer.
Tamika, Brooke, would y'all like to come up? Good morning, good morning. Hi, good morning. I love your yellow. You look beautiful.
Bright and early.
I see. Hi, Brooke.
Hello.
Will you guys introduce yourselves?
Tamika Lee, well, gonna be former anchor for WGNO News in about 2 hours.
And I'm Brooke Laser. Good morning, New Orleans meteorologist. Thank you for having us. Leslie.
Oh, of course. Well, today we are celebrating Tamika Lee, the entire city council. I have your bio, so I'm going to read it. Tamika Lee is a woman who does it all. Married for 15 years to her husband, Barry Smith, Tamika works full-time and is also a mother to 2 children, Hunter and Rainey. She attended Ursuline Academy and enrolled at the University of Louisiana Lafayette, where she majored in communications and dance. After graduating, she accepted a job as a highly esteemed live event director and choreographer at a company specializing in large-scale sporting events, where she taught hundreds of high school dancers and traveled the world working on many Super Bowl pregame shows with major talent from the entertainment world. She's also a former sensation. and appearance team coordinator for the New Orleans Sensations. She works closely with her brother Sonny, who I see in the audience, on his nonprofit mentorship foundation, Son of a Saint, established in honor of their father. Tamika has sought her dream of being on television, and when the Super Bowl came to town, she was asked to do a piece on the activities and people involved. After the airing, New Orleans CBS affiliate WWL called and offered her a full-time job as their morning traffic anchor. For the last 6 years, Tamika has served as an anchor on Good Morning New Orleans for WGNO 26, and she prides herself on her New Orleans roots. She's authentic and genuine and is New Orleans through and through. She's been seen on Bravo's Southern Charm, and she has showcased for the national audience her deep love for her city, friends, and family. And we're so excited to celebrate you today. I know this is your official last day, official last few hours of being on WGNO, but we look forward to an amazing career going forward. I'm going to let other people speak, and then I will turn the mic over to you.
Councilman Eugene Green, congratulations on
Thank
your
you.
successes. And as you move forward, we certainly wish you the best. Appreciate the fact that you promoted our city and our culture in the way that you have, but also just let us know how we can help in any
Absolutely.
way possible. And as you continue to do stories that are positive relative to the city of New Orleans, know that and I know I speak for fellow council members, want to be part of doing whatever we can to enhance this great city. Thank you for your work.
Thank you. Thank you, Eugene.
Well, those who show up late speak least, so, I think Leslie said it all. We know each other. I know your family. You guys have done so much for the community. It's our pleasure to recognize you today and look forward to whatever you have to do in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jane.
Oh, my
Okay.
goodness. Look, I don't know what you're doing next, but whatever you're gonna do next, I know is gonna be fabulous. I don't even know how long I've been knowing you, you and Barry, and of course your brother, who I do stuff with, Son of a Saint. We just did the horses again with the boys over the
Love that.
weekend. And Tamika, you are amazing. You are
you.
a bright, shining star. The city of New Orleans loves you, recognizes you because of your passion for the city and for the people of New Orleans. And so look,
Thank you.
I'm just proud of you. From everything that you've been and everything that you've done, you've just been able to succeed. And I think what's so great about everything that you do is that you bring people with you. You are a mentor to young women, young Black girls, which I think is so critically important at this time. And so I just thank you, my friend. I'm proud of
Aw.
you, and I can't wait to see what you do next.
Thank you, Helena. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I was just gonna say, good morning.
Good morning.
And I'm glad Councilmember King isn't here because he would have said he's been watching you since he was a little boy,
Oh,
which makes all of us feel old.
we feel old. That's okay.
And
He
I just
said
wanna-
that to me.
Yeah,
Oh.
right. He said that to Helena. I just want to echo what everybody else said to me,
Thank
because
you.
this is such a bittersweet moment because New Orleans' loss is everybody else's gain. And we thank you for all of your hard work and what you've done on behalf of the community.
Thank you. Well, I'm not leaving New Orleans. I'm actually staying here in New Orleans. I'm gonna continue, serve on the board of Sideline Pass with Jen Hale. Of course, Son of a Saint is my other passion, so I will always be here mentoring and helping out my brother. I am actually staying here. I can't announce exactly what the show is, but I'm going national, so I'm just leaving local news, but I will be right here in the city of New Orleans, doing all that I do. And like you said, I'm always gonna bring people with me. I can't wait to wake up at 7 a.m. and not 2:30 a.m. But I will miss everyone at WGNO, WWL that gave me a chance, and of course, everybody in the city. But I will see you guys soon because I'm not going anywhere. You'll just see me on the big screen.
Well, we can't wait. We cannot wait to see you on the big screen, and you deserve every recognition and every success. And as Council Vice President said, you've served as a role model for women in New Orleans, especially Black women in New Orleans, who look to you to see what they can achieve. And so just good luck on your future success. No matter what it is, we have a proclamation for you and would love to take some photos.
Thank you, Leslie. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, y'all.
Didn't mean it that way. I'm glad.
Get away from that screen. Super tight. Yeah, get in. All right, we might have to do some sorority spotting in the front. All right, Bill.
Pull me to the, audience.
Okay.
Yep, I'm there. All right. Good morning, everyone. I am so appreciative to honor Pastor Everett and the work he's been doing, and I want. And rather than me read this very, very, very long proclamation, I think it'd be best, Pastor Everett, if you could give the council an overview of the program and what we're celebrating today.
Thank you all for allowing me the opportunity to come, and thank you for the celebratory moment. We have something Saturday called Mind Over Matter Fest on our actually born day, birthday. It's a curated event for the unhoused community, focusing primarily on the mental health of those who are sleeping in our city streets. Some of those individuals are not just chemically imbalanced, a lot of them are situationally imbalanced. And so we have multiple licensed clinical social workers who will be joining us to provide free counseling sessions under the bridge, as well as over 7 medical mobile units to test pretty much every single fiber of their health conditions, as well as the VA Affairs, NOLA Ready, and different partnerships with our city, chiropractors, barbers. Salvation Army is bringing their trailer where they have 6 different showers on their trailer and wash and dryer, where they can take showers and wash the loads of clothes. We have a stage out there with different bands playing different genres of music, as well as Dickie Brennan and Camellia Beans and Louisiana Board of Seafood is providing a big hot meal for them to be able to fest and eat it on white linen tables. So all that's going on my birthday, because I just feel like if you're going to party, you got to party with a purpose, right? And do it for the very reason that you were born.
Thank you for that very succinct explanation. I do think I want to emphasize the fact that the amount of work and leadership it took to bring a tremendous amount of disparate organizations together to come together on your birthday to provide service. And I think it's very important. We always celebrate people up here, as well we should, but the actions that you are undertaking speak much louder than words. And I consider you one of my friends, one of my mentors, and I am humbled by the fact that you are able to do such tremendous things through sheer force of will. So I think I want to give council members an opportunity to speak. We will go from right to left. So, Mr. Green.
Well, happy birthday in advance.
Thank you,
And
sir.
thank you very much for your work. A lot of attention has been given to efforts on the part of the city to work with those who are unhoused. And I appreciate the fact that what you're doing is holistic, it's going to look at some of the needs and address some of those needs. Many times, unfortunately, in certain conversations, the issue of working with the homeless has been turned into, no, you just don't want those people on the street. It's not that. Honestly, we know from statistics that a significant number of people die because they can't get access to the services that they need. They're taken advantage of. And as you said, it's situational challenges as well as substance challenges and other factors. I am glad that there's going to be this effort made to get to the root of some of the concerns of as many people as you can reach on Saturday. And, I look forward to it and just want to tell you that it's an important part and the most important part of addressing the situation that we have right now relative to homeless, those who are unhoused. And I'm careful with that expression, those who are unhoused, because technically to some people where they are is their home because they don't have much of a choice in some respects. So as we work together on this issue, and as you see more coming even out of me or out of members of the council, there's obviously a significant unhoused population along Claiborne Avenue and in other areas under the ridges. Just appreciate the fact and, let me know how I can help. Appreciate the fact that it's important to me that there be a holistic look at some of those situations, and the fact that you've gotten groups together and that you're going to address this is greatly appreciated. Thank you. And thank you for the other work that you do constantly in our community. It's greatly appreciated.
Good morning, Pastor. Nice to
Good
see you.
Pleasure.
Look, I think Eugene really covered it all, but I do want to echo, thank you for taking on this very challenging and complicated issue. Obviously we've seen all the different types of work that you do in the community. And I think what's so exemplary about you and your church is that you see what the particular needs could be. And they could be something more simple like a back to school drive, which we know we need annually, or something more challenging like this. And you all step up, you and your congregation step up. And so I'm very appreciative of you and the folks who are here with you, because we know that it's not something that one person can do alone. It takes a village. It takes a village. And so thank you for all that you do. But, meeting the needs of the unhoused, from their immediate needs to what you talked about, from laundry, a shower, food, to then moving on to the more complex of the mental health, of the substance abuse, of the social work that needs to be part of the services provided to them, is really essential. And so often people just look at just the immediate stuff. Let's give them a hot plate. But then they forget about the rest that really needs to be addressed to move them on to a better situation. But you've seen the need for this holistic approach. So thank you so much for what you do, and happy early birthday.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, Pastor Everett.
Good morning.
Thank you for what you're doing, not just with this, but you do so much throughout the year for so many people all over the city, not just in your church's area, but from the east to Algiers to Uptown and Mid-City. So just echoing what everybody said, thank you. And real quick, I was talking to somebody today that you grew up with, and I tell you behind the scenes, and they said, man, he a pastor? He was a bad boy in the Fisher. He was cutting up over there. So, man, you have grown a lot, and it shows through your actions, through your words, but mostly your actions. So thank you. And glad you got your son there. He can see what a man and a father looks like. So Thank you for all that you do
Thank you.
and happy birthday.
Thanks, thank you.
Well, happy birthday and thank you, Pastor. You know, you're recognizing that having clean clothes, a haircut is just so critical to self-worth and self-confidence. And that push may get someone who is unhoused into services, into what they need to get into clean, affordable housing, into a job. And so thank you for recognizing that, especially on your birthday. I mean, so many of us, you know, just take the day off for our birthdays, but to be working on your birthday, to be working to build up somebody's self-worth and self-confidence, it might just be one person that you touch, but it's so worth it. And so, you know, as we focus on our unhoused community, the actions of individuals like you, so critical. And I just really want to thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Also, happy
Morning.
birthday. I think everybody said everything. So when you go last, you go fast. And I do want to stress though, government cannot do everything by itself.
Yeah.
We need community to help us out. And so I appreciate the fact that you recognize where your need is. You're willingly stepping into that gap and helping out people who desperately need it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councilman Thomas.
I apologize for being late, but built by design.
Yeah,
Built by design, little brother.
yeah.
You're doing what you was built to do. You're doing what you was designed to do. Gas cards, food, water, shelter. Your book, we talk about it a lot. I'll call you about a chapter in it. So you can use your spiritual background to help explain it to me as a man. So I don't want anybody to be surprised because you're doing what you're supposed to do. You're doing what you was built to do. And you're gonna continue to do it. Because a large part of who I am is conversations with you, prayer with you. And you know, you've been a violator for a long time. You know, you got that little church with all them people in it. Y'all know how y'all are. You know, when people hanging out the window, you know, and sitting on the porch. That's right, I said the porch. That's New Orleans, right? We New Orleans and we proud of that. Sitting on the porch, you know, going over Bible verses. You know, thus you deal with the Lord, O foolish and unwise people. Is it not he who made you? Built by design, brother.
Before we close out, when we were preparing this proclamation, I know when James was talking with you, it reminded me of a time before Katrina when the entire city of New Orleans, in my opinion, took homelessness much more seriously. Part of the reason why we've seen this homelessness spiral out of control is that the social, the spiritual, the economic welfare nets that were there to lift up people at their lowest time really just all fell away. Yeah. I remember when I was a college student, I used to come back to New Orleans when I stayed for school. I came back every summer to work with the school board with a system called a program called Art Without a Roof, where we would have homeless kids in school year round because for many of them, they don't eat if they're not in school. And it made complete and absolute sense that as a society, as a community, this is what we're taught every Sunday, it's our responsibility to be our brother's keeper. And really, what you're doing beyond what you're doing, because you are doing so much in recognizing, when you made that comment earlier about eating at white linen tables, you're recognizing that homeless people, unhoused people are still people. And they deserve to be treated with dignity and humanity. And I sincerely hope that everyone, whether you be in government, whether you be in other religious denominations, other nonprofits, all of them look at your model because it's not enough to show up and drive a truck under there and throw some hot plates out and drive away real fast. And that's the outreach we're seeing right now. What we're seeing from you is recognizing people as God's children who are deserving of dignity and respect. So I appreciate you. Happy birthday for the 100th time. And I'm sure you deserve 1,000 more. I will not subject you to the council singing happy birthday. It is very, very painful. But I will come down and present this proclamation to you and your son and take some pictures. Thank y'all for being here today.
All right, everyone. This next proclamation. All right, y'all, this next proclamation is for this remarkable young man. Come on, sit down, Malik. Okay, I think everybody's seen the news stories about Malik now. This is Malik Barnes. This is the young man who is such an outstanding student in New Orleans. Listen to this. He received $10 million in scholarship offers. And 180 college acceptance letters. And by the way, no one has ever done that. He has set a national record. So I wanted to introduce who Malik is joined with. He's joined by proud mom Reba, who we just met. Congrats, Reba, and dad Dennis. Nice to see you all. Along with Dr. Berger. And give me your name one more time. And Denise James, the school counselor. Let me tell you all a little bit about Malik. Well, first of all, I'm really excited to announce, well, he announced it first, obviously, and it's been in the news, but that he's going to be attending Cornell University. He will enroll in their College of Engineering to pursue a degree in computer science. Okay, y'all, you gotta listen to this because I can't even believe how you can have a grade point like this, okay? I didn't even know it was possible. Okay, at the International High School, Malik maintained a grade point average of 4.98. He holds leadership positions in the National Honor Society. He is also fluent in Spanish. ¿Puedes hablar español?
Señora,
Ah, pues qué bonito español puedes hablar.
gracias.
See, okay, all right. He does speak Spanish. He's fluent in Spanish and he recently received the Jose Luis Baños Award of Excellence in Spanish Language by Maria Page, Honorary Consul of Spain in New Orleans. Malik is already well on his way to a college degree. He actually has been dual enrolled at Southern University in New Orleans and has already earned 27 college credits. All right, Malik. I mean, I don't, I think you can tell that not just up here on the dais, but everyone in the audience, that we're just beaming with pride about all that you have accomplished. Look, and this is something that I know didn't come easy. This took a lot of hard work on your part, a lot of hard work on the parents' part as well. But all of your really hard work and dedication has absolutely paid off. You're going to Cornell University. We're so proud of that. And I'm also hearing that, you know, now members of Congress want to recognize you. The White House potentially wants to recognize you. I think that that's all amazing. But I think what's even greater is that you show the kids in New Orleans what they can achieve. Yep, they look at you and they say, I can be him. And they look at you and they say, that's who I should achieve to be. And so Malik, with my deepest feelings here, my sincerest gratitude to all that you have accomplished so far. And I cannot wait to see what you become. My goodness, the stars are the limit. I mean, you can go beyond that. So congratulations to you. I'll start over on my left and move on down to the right.
Well, Malik, congratulations. I think we all couldn't be more excited for you. I'm not sure you left scholarship money for anybody else, though. I
Yeah,
think
right.
that's maybe the biggest concern that we have, but I think it's a testament to what hard work looks like too. I think so many times people are like, how do we cut a corner? How do we do something else? And the only way that you achieved what you did is by being consistent in that. And that's through your hard work, through diligence, through doing it day in and day out. So congratulations on this well-deserved, hard-earned honor. And honestly, I think most of all, we wish you just the best as you head off to Cornell and whatever's in your future.
Thank you.
So proud of you. Are you ready for the cold weather?
Yes, no.
No, we are so, the entire city is proud of you. And, you know, we really do just honor you and wish you good luck on your career, on your college career, whatever you want to do. We and the city of New Orleans will back you. And I want to say to your parents, thank you. As much as hard work that you put in, I'm sure that they also put in some hard work too to get you where you are. And to the educators, I mean, just this is amazing that you supported this young man, supported all your students, and I just congratulate all of you because it does take all of us to lift up our youngest. Thank you.
Hey, Malik, congratulations. I know you've heard this several times, but this is a big deal. I don't know if you understand coming from this city, accomplishing what you accomplished and going where you're going, how big a big deal this is. I know young people don't really appreciate it in the moment, but it's a huge, huge deal, man. Congratulations to you, your supporting staff, support system, parents. I know this was not possible without you. And just congratulations. And it just does my heart so well to see a man that looks like you, with the braids in his head from New Orleans, not worrying about people say how you look, how you talk, just going, man. And it's a big deal. So thank you for representing the city and representing yourself in what you do.
I appreciate it.
There's not a lot I can add as far as the accolades that my council colleagues have said already. It is a testament, obviously, to your hard work and your talent. And let's not understate that, because there is how far hard work will get you, and there's how far your intrinsic intelligence and talent took you beyond that. I think it's important to note that you might be the first person I've ever seen that when you did your college selection, it was like a first round draft pick
Yeah.
making his
Right.
pick. I was just looking real quick, the amount of coverage you got from national, the AP, CBS News, when you were deciding where you were gonna go, I think it was the first time at many of these colleges where academic departments were like watching on TV with bated breath to see which one you were gonna pick. Usually it's the quarterback, so you got the athletic department, you had the math department, the Spanish department, they're like, are we gonna get Malik? Where's Malik gonna go? And I mean, you really changed the game because there's always the assumption that if you look like us and you get into college, that's good enough. What you did is said, no, 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 no. I am so talented. I am so special. You need to compete to get me. And that truly is, I mean, it's stunning.
Yeah, I know, I'm talking.
And we should never undercut that. And like I said, I mean, I wish I had a math nerd jersey for you to sign, but I'm gonna go find a Cornell hat somewhere. I'm gonna come find you so you can sign it for me. So that when you're winning the Nobel Prize for something, I can say, I got him when he was a draft pick.
Wow.
Thank you.
Malik, good morning and congratulations
morning.
to you. So proud of you and thank you for representing us so well. And congratulations on your selection of Cornell University. Counselors' input and parents' input. That's a great university. I had an opportunity to go away to school myself. I went away to Harvard University and spent 4 years there and then worked in Massachusetts for a little while. But I came back to New Orleans because I kind of knew I was always going to come back to New Orleans. And as you're having a good time and doing great work up there in New York and Ithaca and participating and partaking of all that this great Ivy League institution has to offer, in the back of your mind, I want you to think about after you've gotten your graduate degree and your doctor this, or you have all of those credentials behind you, consider coming back to the city of New Orleans and applying your trade right here, doing the things that you can do to enhance our quality of life here. Things are looking better for our city. They're looking kind of good for the future, but based on things that I see right now. And I'm proud to have had an opportunity to bring my education, my economics background to be successful in business here. And then it turned out that I also added to it success in the political arena. But whatever you want to do here in the city of New Orleans, the city of New Orleans can house you and can also give you the attention that you need. Congratulations on your successes. Continue the academic successes. Again, to be redundant, enjoy Ithaca. Come back to us as often as possible. And if there's anything that we can do as a city council to promote you, you need some letters of recommendation, you need some meeting or something like that with somebody, you just let us know what we have to do to help you advance your career. So proud of you. Thank you for representing us so well.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations, Malik. You know, as I sit down here and absorb this event, first of all, thank you to the school counselors and educators for nurturing talent. And as I think about the atmosphere here, and I was trying to just delve into what does this really mean, right? And you've changed the narrative. Now, when they look at young Black men, maybe they won't ask him how high they can jump. They might ask him how well they can think. Maybe when they look at young Black men, they won't ask them if they have a record. They'll ask them about the records they set. Maybe when they look at young Black men now, they won't ask them if they speak your hood, but they'll ask how many languages you speak. You set a new standard. You represent every young brother who wished that they saw you in them. You represent every Black man who's been part of the system, who wished that they saw you in them. But as wonderful as you are, because everybody's going to acknowledge you, you trending, you hot right now. But every tree has a root. Every seed has a plant. And every action has a dream. And that's your parents. They may be honoring you right now, but that DNA that flows through your blood, that foundation that has people honoring you for changing the image and changing the narrative, parents, God bless y'all, man. Because every child deserves to have the DNA and the roots from people who planted a seed that changed the whole narrative.
Thank you.
All right, Malik. Would you like to say anything, Malik, along with parents and
I
Cool.
just want to say thank you to everybody that's here. I accept the words that you guys have spoken to me on today. It is definitely an honor to be here. I'm looking forward to what's to come, and I appreciate the support that you guys have given me. It's definitely a pleasure.
thank you, Malik. Ms. Reba, Mr. Dennis?
I just want to say thank you for honoring Malik. It's truly heartfelt and I truly appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Dennis?
Thank you, everyone. We're just overwhelmed and just grateful. And appreciate especially what Mr. Thomas had to say, that this is a day that has changed the narrative, and it's totally defined young men, young ladies, and I think Malik gives hope to each and every one of them that they're more than capable.
Yeah.
I thank you all again.
Well said, Mr. Dennis. Do you all like to say anything? Dr. Berger?
Hi, I'm Dr. Berg. I'm the International High School of New Orleans CEO and head of school. Our mission at International High School of New Orleans is to educate and nurture a diverse learning community through our International Baccalaureate program, our world languages. As you can see, Dennis has his Spanish and intercultural appreciation. And Dennis has definitely shown that our mission works and the work that we're doing around the city works. Dennis is one of the many students who have these accomplishments, not 10 million, of course, but millions of dollars in scholarship funding. We're so proud. We couldn't be more proud of Dennis and his accomplishments. Thank you all for all of your kind words, all of your inspiration. And we know definitely he's been listening and he's going to take it in and he's going to do something about it. I can't wait to see what happens when he comes back.
Hi, I'm Ms. James again, school counselor. I would like to begin by thanking you all for your affirmations, your accolades for Dennis. I'm very proud of him. It was a journey and he was very, very consistent. What you see is what's evident at International High School. When I first interviewed with the news, my first thing was to give accolades to Dr. Barnes and Dr. Reba Barnes because they made my job pretty easy. The morals and values that was evident was just phenomenal. So job well done as far as for the family. I know Dennis is going to do very well. Thank you all for your support. Thank you all for looking forward for our adult youth who will benefit from this. And that's the vision. That's our ultimate goal. Every student has a chance. All students can achieve, and that's my motto. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. Go ahead.
Can I say one more thing?
Sure.
I just want to acknowledge, Ms. James sitting right here. She's been very modest and humble, but she definitely played a major role along with International High School and the development of this journey. She was very important. She played a major role in all of it. I just want to definitely acknowledge her in all of this.
We talked about earlier, it takes a village. Congratulations to you. We'll take a picture down here.
I know, you gotta really. Worst comes to worst, I can't beat them in touch with it. Yeah. For a old night.
Look at all the correspondence.
Are we making?
All right, good morning, guys. We just wanted to bring you here this morning to congratulate you, first of all. What an incredible season Willow School had. If I think I saw everything correctly, you scored the first goal in the state championship match, what, in 3 minutes? And is that about right? And the final score was 4-1? Yeah, so I mean, I won't use in council chambers what that is, but that's a drastic defeat in soccer terms and a big win for all of you all. And we just couldn't be any prouder of the fact that you all are state champions. And I think even more so, we just recognize individual achievement with Malik being here. But I think there's always something so special about doing something as a team. As a council, we can't do anything without 3 to 4 other council members supporting us. And without the goalie, without the forward, without the striker, without all the people playing their positions and doing their parts, you can't do what you do either. And so I think it's a real testament to the hard work that you all put in, the talent that you have. And we're just really super excited that we have another state champion here in District A and in New Orleans. So I know my colleagues probably want to say a few words. I have proclamations for everybody, coaches and all the players. We won't go through all the names up here, but we're so glad you're here. And I'll let all my colleagues say a few words and then open it up to Coach.
Congratulations, young men. I was an all-state soccer player myself. I'm kidding, I never played soccer there. I never played soccer there in my life. Yeah, but
You did a lot of kicking though.
yeah. But I was told, I read an article that soccer is the best sport for young people to play because it develops your hand-eye coordination the best. It makes you the best athletes. Kobe Bryant played soccer, Hakeem Olajuwon, Joel Embiid all played soccer. So that's probably why I didn't play because I wasn't that good of an athlete. But congratulations on being state champions, on being scholars, on just doing everything the right way. So thank you for representing yourself and the city in the way that you do. Thank you.
Congratulations to you all. I did play soccer in high school. I was really, really bad at it. I would mostly just sat the bench, but I do know what it takes to play the sport, and no doubt about it. It's like it takes so much athleticism, and we're just so proud of you and your dedication, and to make it all the way to be state champions. That's huge. So congratulations to you all, and to the coaches, of course, because couldn't do it alone. Congrats, coaches.
I think everything that needs to be said has been said. Congrats for all your hard work. Congrats, coaches. I'm sure since you go to Willow, you all have good grades, right? Look, some of them are not, some of them are like looking to the side, but I look forward to a repeat. It's always the hope, right? So how many of you guys are seniors? Okay, yeah, you can repeat.
Wow.
You can
All right.
repeat. Okay. So we'll be back here next year. Thanks, guys, for being here.
Yes, congratulations to you all. Wow, only 3 seniors out of this group. So I know that we'll be seeing you all again in the playoffs and in the championship game. And congratulations, coaches. I've had the opportunity to attend soccer games as a member of a band. That's all. But bottom line is that I haven't played because I will tell you, I admire the fact that you all are out there running up and down that field. And people think that you're just running. I mean, there's strategy involved and there's finesse involved. Congratulations for the work that you all do. And once again, you represent us very well as a city, a very good school, and also what you all are involved in right now. I'm looking forward to seeing it grow over the years. Congratulations to you all.
Congratulations, guys. My youngest son, his favorite sport is soccer, and I encourage that. I played all the other sports, played football and played basketball in college, and all I can tell you is I have all the injuries and all the scars to deal with it. But mostly congratulations for being champions. No one can ever take that from you. And for the coaches, congratulations, because a lot of folk don't understand what it takes to coach and teach and produce champions. Everybody, a lot of people play the sport, but very few people get the title. But also as trendsetters, you guys are leaders in the fastest growing sport in America. And what we Americans don't understand is the largest sport in the world. So you're connected to the international community, but you're also connected to the future of sports here in America. Thank y'all. Congratulations.
Thank you, Coach.
We just want to thank you guys for having us here. It's a huge testament for these guys. And hopefully we'll see you guys back next year.
All right.
All right, well, hang tight. We'll come take a picture and pass out the proclamations to everybody. Thank you all so much.
Thanks.
And we do look forward to that repeat.
I'm putting it on my wall.
All right, gonna move right along. Representing this proclamation, starting, I'm sorry. We have Ms. Joan Gardner here, representing her father, Mr. John Burrell Gardner, representing him a proclamation posthumously. Mr. Gardner is a former military vet, Army veteran, former NOPD officer who served this city and this country very well. He has a lot of accolades. Some would give some highlights real quick. He courageously spoke against police brutality, tirelessly advocated for fairness and equality within the police force. Exceptional service in the United States Army. He was a member of the K-9 division. And the list goes on and on. He is in the landmark case, Gardner versus Louisiana. Just a person that we need more of. Not just in the city, but in this country, in this world. So I'll let Ms. Gardner speak on her father. Then we'll have my colleagues on the dais speak, and we'll all come down and present you this proclamation.
Thank you, Councilman King. First, I would like to start by thanking the City Council of New Orleans, in addition to Councilman King, Morrell, and Moreno, for their issuance and accommodation of my father. In addition to my father's participation in the Senate movement, which resulted in the U.S. Supreme Court case Garner v. Louisiana, he also served as a New Orleans police officer, as a K-9 officer. In his 8-year career, he received 9 merit awards, one of which included rescuing 40 to 50 youth and adults at Lake Pontchartrain when a storm blew up and was clocked at 95 miles per hour. He has been recognized by Governor John Bel Edwards, the House of Representatives, Louisiana and U.S. Civil Rights Trails, and is now featured with his picture in the Louisiana State Museum, Capitol Park Museum in Baton Rouge. While my father has been honored, there remains injustices committed against my father and his family from the past to the present day, and this creates a contradiction of honoring people without addressing the wrongs, issuing apologies, or the restorative justice required to address not only the past wrongs, but the ones that exist today as a result. What I am requesting from the City of New Orleans includes apologies from the mayor, the City Council, the City Planning Commission, the Department of Safety and Permits, the City Attorney, the New Orleans Police Department, and the Orleans Parish District Attorney's Office for their respective roles of these offices and departments of past wrongs and the present day consequences. These past wrongs include the false arrest of my parents, John B. and Margaret Saison Garner, with 15 police officers, more than half which were a SWAT team. It should also be noted that one of the officers pointed his revolver at my father's head, tested positive of methamphetamine 2 days later. Also, I'm asking the City of New Orleans to address discriminatory land use issues, non-enforcement of notices of violation against private businesses, issues concerning McDonaldville Cemetery, and the discrimination that my father experienced while a New Orleans police officer that led to the federal case, Garner v. Geruso, because while he served with honors, he unfortunately was fired from the New Orleans Police Department, and the court ruled that he was racially discriminated against. However, somehow found that his firing was not a result of racial discrimination. I find it very difficult, if not impossible, to believe that somebody's subject to discrimination for 8 years and their firing is somehow or another not affiliated or associated with that discrimination. My other requests are restorative justice for the false arrest of my parents and 50 years of losses incurred because of discriminatory land use issues from the city of New Orleans. The renaming of Sim Street in honor of my father for both his role in the civil rights movement and his service as a New Orleans police officer. A fully funded relocation at highest and best use out of the city of New Orleans because of the discriminatory land issues so that I may continue my life unimpeded by the discrimination and injustice inflicted upon my family and our land by the city of New Orleans. In addition to this, I'm also requesting accommodations from Mayor Cantrell and NOPD as they are both in receipt of my request. Mayor Cantrell responded in email dated December 17, 2021, that we will make something happen. While I'm still waiting on Mayor Cantrell, Mayor President Sharon Weston Broome of Baton Rouge issued a commendation for my father in February of last year. So I do believe that the city of New Orleans has a moral obligation to address these issues that it has created, because it is unjust to recognize people and not address the injustices that have been inflicted upon them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gardner. We'll start from Councilmember Thomas, work our way down.
I didn't have any background information, but is this the Garner case that Thurgood Marshall wrote the brief and was decided by?
Yes, Thurgood Marshall
Supreme Court?
did not argue the case. It was Jack Greenberg, but
Jack
he was part of the NAACP defense team.
Okay,
Yes.
well, I mean, congratulations and coming from a family, a lineage, I mean, especially when we talk about justice and settling at the highest level in discrimination. So in honor of your father and what you represent, man, it's a blessing. And congratulations finally that he's getting the due that you and your family deserve.
Thank you, Councilman.
I'd like to thank your family, your father for his service. And I know at the time that he served, the challenges were immense, and for him to have to go to court over issues, you know, involving racial discrimination and other forms of discrimination. You know, he was a trendsetter and a forebearer to making things better today than they were back then. So while I don't know all of the details, I will just say that the very fact that many years ago he served as a member of the police department and found the strength to challenge on a legal level some of the concerns that he had is something that's greatly appreciated. And I'll look forward to getting more information. I'm certainly going to look it up, but I will get more information too so that I can be totally aware of your father's work. But thank you to your family for allowing him to serve the citizens of New Orleans as he did.
Thank you, Councilman.
Appreciate Councilman King bringing the proclamation today. I know my staff's been working with you, particularly my former Chief of Staff, Keith Lampkin, worked with you extensively. He and his wife, Ada, are very huge proponents of restorative justice and trying to address the problems of the past. It is beyond unconscionable what your father went through. And I certainly understand your frustration that it seems to be that everywhere across the state, people are acknowledging the great things that he accomplished. And we are slow to the line in doing the same and addressing past wrong. So I look forward to continue to work with you and try to find some resolution to try and find that restorative justice your family deserves.
Thank you, Councilman.
Good morning, Joe. Nice to see you.
Good morning.
I
Councilwoman.
know that you talk to me or Andrew on my staff often on a variety of different issues. And I thank Councilmember King for bringing this proclamation forward. And in reading portions of the proclamation, it talks about the tireless advocate who your father was. And I can see now that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. You too are a tireless advocate, not only for correcting the injustices against your father, which I sincerely apologize for any discriminatory practices that were lodged against him while he worked for the city of New Orleans, but also for all the advocacy that you do for the citizens of the city. I've seen you in numerous Gordon Plaza meetings advocating on their behalf, and I very much appreciate you standing with them as we fight for justice on that particular issue as well. So thank you, Joan, for all you do for bringing this before us today. And I'd like to continue to work with you on the issues that you brought forward today.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Right, at this time, we'll all step down and give us, since you this plaque on behalf of your father.
Who's talking to something?
Everyone, please take your seat. We're gonna start the meeting. Madam Clerk?
Roll call. Councilmember Thomas. Councilmember Green.
Present.
Councilmember Morrell.
Here.
Councilmember Moreno.
Present.
Councilmember King. Councilmember Harris. Councilmember Jeruso. We have 6 members. We have a quorum.
The invocation day will be led by Pastor Bhutan.
May we all rise for a moment of prayer. Gracious God, our Father, how we honor you, how we adore you, how we thank you for this beautiful day that you've given us. We pray now that as we come together to meet, that your presence will be in our midst. We thank you for this council. We thank you for our residents, God. We pray that today's meeting will be effective and successful, Father, and that you would be at the forefront of all that we do. We give you praise, glory, and honor, and we ask this in your name today. Amen.
We're gonna have Etna Carr Choir sing the national anthem.
Oh, and the pledge will be done by Ms. Coleman. Where's Ms. Coleman? Coleman? All right. Well, Ms. Coleman, all right. Councilman King will do the pledge of allegiance. No, I didn't.
Cars first.
All right.
Okay, we'll see, all right.
We have. Leave with special orders, Madam Clerk.
We have the approval of the minutes, April 6, 2023, and April 20th, 2023.
I will, well, Councilman Green moves. I'll second. Please vote your machines. Five yeas, no nays. The minutes are adopted. 6 yeas, no nays. Sorry.
All right, we have our first order of business. Can we get the coaching staff at the car to come up, please? Mr. McNeely. So while they're coming up, we're getting it ready. I'm gonna take it upon myself to say this is the unofficially Algiers Day because we got some Algiers representatives in the house. Started off with Pastor Everett this morning. 1.5, all the way live, as they say. The listeners going to get the video queued up while the coaches come and take their seat. Just for some background, Etna Cars football team has been the subject of a documentary series on Hulu, and it traces them back maybe 10 years or so, starting their dynasty in high school football in the state of Louisiana. We have Dr. Washington, we have Mr. McNeely, and several of the coaches present. I know Coach Bryce Brown is hosting a very special guest over at Etna Car, Mrs. Gail Benson, owner of the Pelicans and the Saints. And we'll start the video, and then we'll turn the mic over to the coaches and inspire those.
All right. Wanda. I don't know why. There we go. Right here. Try that again.
Yeah, right.
Last night, former wide receiver Gillette George was shot to death in the Algiers neighborhood of the city.
The Car Cougars are going for a 5th consecutive state championship.
Nobody in America has ever done it, but we always believe it can be done.
Our aspiration was to build the best team in America. And people kept saying we couldn't. But man, it's hard to think about that when you see people getting killed.
Last night, former wide receiver Gillette George was shot to death in the Algiers neighborhood of the city.
The relentless pursuit of saving a child. Easy to say that, harder to do it. When we lost him, it changed our message of our program.
People think it's all about football, but it's really about the lessons that you learn.
Winning and losing don't define champion. It's how you fight through adversity.
I don't want to release no balloons for no funerals. I want to release the balloons when they graduate, when they go to college.
They want hope. They aspire to be great. We have to give them greatness. We have to instill that greatness in them because that's what they aspire to be. I love each and every one of y'all to death.
All right, the floor is yours.
Going for a fifth consecutive state.
On behalf of Inspired Lower Charter Schools as well as Edna Carr High School, this has been an excellent journey for us. It has been over 2 years. Not only has the school leader, Dr. Washington, Coach Brown, as well as the Carr coaches who are behind us, have led this incredible journey to highlight our high school, as well as the great things that they're doing for our student athletes. As stated, Coach Brown could not be here today. He's actually hosting Gail Benson at Edna Carr High School right now, but he's an extraordinary man. Not only he's a mentor, he's one who provides for our students on a daily basis and makes sure that just as a student athlete, they're doing everything that he can do inside of our school. So we thank him, we lift him up, we hold him dear to our heart as he lead not only our athletic program of football at Edna Carr High School, but exactly what he's doing in the community as well. Dr. Washington.
Yes, I would echo Mr. McNeely. Inspire NOLA Edna Carr certainly is grateful to have the leadership of Coach Brown, as well as the coaching staff represented here today, our athletic director, Mr. Howard, just with what they pour into student athletes, emphasizing student first. As many of our scholars are challenged daily, living in the city of New Orleans, but with mental health challenges that sometimes impede their academic progress. So definitely a full-on effort and a relentless pursuit, as you did here in the clip, to save their lives, but also to give them a path forward, even beyond football. So thank you so much to this council, and definitely it's an honor to serve along with this coaching staff.
Coach Howard.
I'm just glad you guys thought it was important to bring this to light. Our kids do work very hard, as you can see on the film if you watch the episode. And like Mr. McNeil and Dr. Washington said, on behalf of our network and our program, we want to tell you guys thank you for honoring us at this board meeting.
Thank you. We'll start with Councilman Jeruso, and since he always goes last, let him go first.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I just wanted to say I was so impressed right after Hurricane Ida. Remember that Berman Stadium was damaged, and sort of the tenacity with which your coaching staff approached trying to move that game with John Curtis to anywhere that you could. And I think it spoke so much to caring about your student athletes so much to try and return to a sense of normalcy, but also providing a platform, a place to play the games. And so, you know, we want to always lift up the students, but I think also it's important to recognize the teachers and the coaches who help clear paths to make things open for them. So we appreciate very much all of your hard work too.
It's always good to see y'all. Thank you for being here today, and thank you for everything that you do for the young people that you coach, that you mentor, that you guide to adulthood. Thank you, Councilmember King, for making this Algiers Day. But you know, we met the young men on the team earlier this year, and so they're just amazing, and that's due to good mentoring, good coaching, and good role modeling that you all do. So thank you so much.
Good morning. You said something that I wrote down because I think it speaks to who you all are about, you know, pouring all that you have into your students, and despite the challenges, finding that path forward for them. And I haven't had the opportunity to watch the film yet.
Right?
Yeah, I hadn't had the opportunity yet, but I will say this. I saw a portion of the balloon release in that clip. And I'll never forget myself and Councilmember King being at the balloon release with the parents of Kieran Ross and being there with the students. And certainly seeing and understanding the pain that they were in, talking about the challenges they face, but then persevering and you all being there to grab them by the hand and pull them along. And so I'm just so grateful and appreciative for all that you do for the students at Edna Karr, and so proud of the students of Edna Karr for all that they are and all that they accomplish. And congratulations on this beautiful film that I'm looking forward to seeing, a series that I'm looking forward to seeing, and keep pushing, keep pushing. Thank you all.
I don't have a lot to add, a lot to process. I know that I've had the opportunity on multiple occasions with Councilman King to visit the Edna Karr campus and interact with the students. And I hate to say and use that term resilience, because we use it way too much. Like, oh, our students are resilient. And I feel like when we say things like that, we're normalizing the behavior and the trauma that our kids in the city go through. And I am always awed by how much our kids are able to succeed and push through and achieve despite the challenges that are in front of them. But you can't think like that without, as an adult, feeling like, why do they have to put up with this? And what can we do to be better so that they don't have to put up with this? And I think that what's so tremendous about the series and the culture at Edna Karr is that y'all are, the students are the center of everything. It's about making sure they're okay, making sure they have what they need, and making sure that they are healthy and successful as people. And I think one thing that I've always thought about Inspire Schools is that whereas a lot of schools are fixated kind of on perpetuating themselves, you're fixated upon creating good people, good, successful people. And in all my experiences, Edna Karr, McMain, all the schools across the city that y'all have, there's a consistency in that the kids feel loved and the kids feel supported. And certainly, though, I certainly celebrate all of the athletic achievements and academic achievements, the achievement that I feel most sums y'all up is that those kids feel safe in school and they feel like you are helping them achieve their goals in life. And I think that's really what defines a school and defines a school system. So thank y'all for being here today. We're here to support y'all in any way that we can.
Mr. McNeely and the Inspire NOLA team, good to see you this morning, Dr. Washington. I also appreciate the athletic department and what you all do to make sure our youth, especially at Edna Karr, feel comfortable and feel that there's great hope for them for the future, because there is. And we appreciate the fact that you emphasize that. And I guess in addition to a word like, resilience, I just want to say that the students there have gone through much more than students should go through in terms of what has happened to some of the students there. But the very fact that you all are committed to making sure that they understand that that's one part of life, but that the best part of life is being positive and looking forward to opportunity. And it goes beyond athletics. So thank you for what you do. I do appreciate the work of Inspire NOLA, as was mentioned previously, in multiple schools. But it does do my heart good to see you all here today and to see the continued successes at Karr, not just on an athletic front, even though we're recognizing athletics today, but on the academic front and in terms of seeing students doing other positive things in our community. So thank you for your work with youth, and looking forward to continued success at Edna Karr and with the Inspire NOLA system. And it's great to see you again.
Yes, sir.
All right, see you soon.
First of all, thank you guys for what you do with the young men and families in that community. For people who maybe don't know, Karr didn't just happen. the history of car. What was that old man's name? OJ, who I forgot back in the day?
Watney.
Yeah, and old Rick Roby, who I played AAU ball with. My cousin Jabbar, who now coaches at Florida. Won that first state championship. I was in the stands for that first state championship. Was in the stands for that last state championship. Was on the field when we honored the seniors. But to be part of Inspire NOLA also means to be part of a championship team. But the beautiful thing about the men and the young lady who sits in front of y'all, when people talk about car, you know, we sports people, right? We ain't just connected locally, right? When they talk about car now, it's in the same conversation with Mola, with Matter Day, with John Curtis, with something. You can't have those conversations around this country no more without talking about car. And though Tonka's life and what happened to Tonka may be one of those moments that maybe got everybody else to notice, Tonka still lives. And every student athlete, and every coach, and every fan, and everybody y'all ever touched. So though his death may have been a symbol of people taking notice, every day y'all give life. And every day y'all have given life. We may be just recognizing y'all now, but anybody know football, anybody know sports, anybody know academics, anybody, y'all ain't even high school no more, y'all are program. And at programs, we program our young men to be men. We program them to be citizens. And we program them to be bigger than their community. That's what y'all do.
Well, coaches, thank y'all. This is about y'all. We know what the players do on the field, but they can't do it without the coaches. And I always think you're doing something right when people start saying you're doing something wrong. Man, how come Carl keep winning? Well, they're doing something wrong. That means you're doing something right. So that means you're doing something right. So keep it up, coaches. And Coach Howard, what you do for the athletic program is amazing. Dr. Washington, Mr. McNeely, all the coaches. I know you're a father figure, you're a brother, you're a taxi cab driver, you're ATM, you're a delivery service. You do all that for these young men and women because it's tough sometimes for them. Y'all step up when others don't. So this is days about y'all. We want to appreciate y'all. We know everyone couldn't be here today, so we got proclamations for the entire football staff. I want to quickly put Coach Brennan on the spot. Do you remember when you got in that fight at Camp Abbey in our fall camp? So Coach Brennan and I played football together in college, and he was a hell of an athlete then. Got a little fisticuff on the football field, and I never forget that about him as a true freshman. And grew up playing with Coach Jared Jones and Norman Randall. I just thank all y'all for all that y'all do. It shows through the football program, through the entire school, that Carr is truly second to none, and that's thanks to you all here today. So we'll come down and give these proclamations and take some pictures.
I'm good, how are you? So I am giving you this stuff. During the executive session. We're gonna take.
Alrighty.
Dealing with the city attorney's office. Yeah. Which is one account. Yep. There's a bus cover immediately after. Oh.
Sometime a bad move is this thing.
Thank you. I'm gonna go ahead and get a number. Have any questions on that, housing gap?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with it at all. I mean, I don't even know where the money's coming from.
So it's spelled out in the ordinance I texted to you, but essentially what it's doing, it's allowing for developers to get funding to develop housing for lower income and also for workforce.
Who's got the next one?
OT, wait on you.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
This is your next.
I'm sorry. Madam Clerk,
Yes, sir.
second order of business?
The second order of business. The second order of business is a presentation. Jamar McNeely, Chief Executive Officer, Inspire NOLA Charter School, Mardell Simmons Early, Principal, Lake Forest Elementary.
And Ms.
Charter-
Early is the Chief Executive Officer.
Okay, I'm sorry. Chief Executive, all right. Honoring Lake Forest Elementary Charter School Principal Mardell Simmons Early and CEO Jamar McNeely, Inspire NOLA Charter School for their comprehensive programming by bringing in schools, community groups, and stakeholders together over a series of recurring events to promote nonviolence, academic success, high expectations, and community support.
Guys, first of all, thank you. Y'all have been honored for academic achievement before. You've been honored for what your schools produce. You've been honored for awards, but you guys have never been honored for being such an integral part of the community. And what a lot of people don't know is a lot of the anti-violence efforts, a lot of the anti-discrimination efforts, the fight for justice, the fight for reform. Y'all have lent your talent, your time, and your resources to that. So I thought it was beyond time that folk know that Jamar McNeely and Mardell Cade, yeah, they're great educators, but they're some of the great human beings that God put on this earth. And this is an opportunity now for our council members. I start with Councilmember King.
Thank you, Councilman Thomas. Ms. Simmons, Lake Forest, I'm sorry, Ms. Early.
Miss Early.
Ms. Early, I'm sorry. Ms. Early, Ms. Early.
She ain't never late, she early.
Always early, Ms. Early. You know, I know it'd be a challenge, and as an educator, CEO of a school system, you deal with a lot, you do it gracefully. So thank you for what you do for our young men and women. Mr. McNeely, I don't think much needs to be said. You have a big, you have a lot to do. You don't have a full plate, you have a full platter. And do a great job handling it all. So just thank you too, as leaders in the education system in this city for all that you do for our children and their families.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councilmember Morrell.
It is so nice to see you again.
Yes,
It's early.
yes.
And I know I've told you this on many occasions privately, but I'll say it publicly. I think it's so amazing what you've done with Lake Forest and how you've brought it to be one of, if not the premier school in the city of New Orleans. And what I find tremendous is that when you look at the competition amongst our schools in the city, let's just say that many of them had an institutional lead
Mhm.
and you took it to them and you surpassed them.
Thank you.
So your leadership has always been amazing. Your school is fantastic. Your students are wonderful. Your teachers are happy because, you know, as a school leader, that's often hard to accomplish more so than to keep the students happy. So I appreciate everything you've done, Mr. McNeely. And as you know, from this council, any support you need, we're here for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Green.
Ms. Early, thank you for your work in education and providing opportunities for the young people who are part of Lake Forest. I know that it can be certainly a challenge. My parents were both educators and you know, their experiences were sometimes challenging, but extremely rewarding. I want to thank Lake Forest for what you do to enhance the community, to enhance the kind of the reputation of the community. I'm one of those, I guess, because I was the head of an industrial park in New Orleans East for a little while. I look at the assets in that community, and Councilman Thomas can speak for it better than I. But if you really think about some of the assets that are out there, not only the business assets, but also the strong communities that we have and the strong schools, for example, Lake Forest being one of them, it reminds you that the eastern part of our city has great opportunity and makes great contributions to our city, led by Lake Forest Charter. So congratulations on that. It's greatly appreciated. And to fraternity brother McNeely, you hear that down there, Mr. King?
I hear.
King, you hear that? Huh? Alpha Phi Alpha in the house. I'm not yelling St. Aug right now. But the St. Aug guy was earlier though. However, but thank you very much for the work that you do with Inspire NOLA and to you know, advance educational opportunities in our city for our young people. And thank you for the attention that you give to Lake Forest for the outstanding work that's being done there. And I know it's supported strongly by Inspire NOLA. So this is a great day. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Early.
So many people have gotten to know you guys as educators. I've gotten to know y'all as people. My little brother and Miss Early, who's one of the most wonderful mothers of education in this community. I just thought it was important that people need to know who y'all are as human beings and how y'all feel and how y'all love and how y'all care about this community. Miss Early.
Thank you, Councilman, for this opportunity, and thank you for having this great young man sit beside me. He is the future. I'm at year 48 now. I'm still having fun, but we'll be turning it over to him very soon. But I am a lifelong resident of New Orleans East, a product of New Orleans Public Schools. So I am essentially proud of what we do in New Orleans East with Lake Forest Charter. Lake Forest Charter is a K-8 school, and it is the highest performing K-8 school in the state and has been that for many, many years. It is also a recipient of 2 National Blue Ribbon Awards, 2013 and 2021. And we have helped and worked with many school districts across this country concerning the model that we use. We love New Orleans East, and Councilman Thomas knows that. We sit on the corner of Lake Forest and Wright, and we consider ourselves to be the beacon of New Orleans East. But we could not do that without the support of our parents, our teachers, and our wonderful students, and also without the support of our councilmen, who is there for us at every step of the way. He was there in the very beginning days when we were trying to get established in 2006. He is one of the people I called on, and he's always been available and supportive and making sure that we grow to be as magnificent as we want to be. We appreciate what you guys are doing. We want you to remember, New Orleans East is a survivor. We will survive. And so we just want all of the economic development that we can provide. We have the educational
All the
system.
money we can get.
That's right. And all the money we can get, and we have the educational system right there in our neighborhood. And most of our teachers and our students are in New Orleans East or from the Gentilly area. And so we just wrap our arms around them and try to help them to be global, productive citizens and do great things in this country.
Thank you. Mr. McNeely.
Councilmember Thomas, Council, want to thank you for acknowledging Inspire NOLA, myself, as well as allowing me to be with my mentor this morning. Every single morning, I have the honor and pleasure to get up and fight for 6,000 students in New Orleans. 3 legacy high schools, Edna Carr High School, McDonald 35 and McMain, and 5 K-8s, Alice Hart, Eisenhower, Wilson, McDonald 42, and Cabdell. We're fighting each and every day to make sure our youth have opportunities. It's unfortunate over the last 5 years, we've had to bury at least 2 of our students every single year due to gun violence in our city. We continue to fight. We continue to put forth community efforts to make sure our youth are safe. We continue to do things to transform this landscape of education in New Orleans. With your support, we still believe that it's possible. With the support of individuals like Ms. Early, we know that we can get it done. And we definitely look forward for our families and our community to wrap their arms around our youth because they need help. They need support. They need opportunities to get through the experiences that they're finding each and every single day in our communities. One thing I realized on yesterday, I had the pleasure of seeing over 600 students graduate from each of our high schools, all 3 of our high schools. And it's ironic, when you look at during our school day, when students are in school, crime goes down, violence goes down. So it shows that we're making strides to do some things in our schools to transform what's happening in our youth. I can state I'm concerned for the summer. Our students will be idle for 2 months, looking for things to do. I know there's job opportunities out there. There's community camps that we're definitely pushing them to. But I can honestly say as we close the doors on tomorrow, which is our last day of school, we're waiting patiently and we're excited to have our students return back in August to make sure that they continue to do great things. So definitely thank you for recognizing us. Thank you for seeing us. And thank you for supporting us each and every day on the great things that we're doing.
Thank you. Let's give them a hand. If we could meet to take our picture. Let me get one for you guys.
Oh, my phone's upstairs. If you sent me a screenshot, I have it. I couldn't open it.
Right, if I send a screenshot.
Okay, they just came out of Burrell's office. Is there anything that you want on the government affairs?
It's ready.
The government affairs on the 22nd. Think about it, but I don't. The third order of business, a presentation, Corey Calais, honoring Corey Calais for his accomplishment and commitment to health and fitness. Corey is a celebrity trainer, Michael B. Jordan, body transformation specialist and TV personality to the stars. He was born and raised in New Orleans, Louisiana, where he attended Old Perry Walker High School. He also attended Southeastern University in Hammond, Louisiana.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk, and thank you, Mr. Calais. We got a video we get started with.
Kaye, celebrity fitness trainer who is behind some of the incredible physiques you can see on the big screen.
You're the mind behind two of the finest physiques in Hollywood right now, maybe ever.
I've also been taking tips from Corey, your trainer.
Corey's a beast. That's the guy.
Soon come.
I'm competitive and Corey's competitive as well. We really wanted to do something before we wanted to raise the bar. Lead the way. Lead. I'm about to lead the way. Lead. Follow me. Lead the way. Follow me. Watch out about lead the way. Lead. Lead the way. Lead. I'm about to lead the way. Lead. So don't need the navigational ways.
All right. Thank you.
Homeboy.
That was amazing. All right, Mr. Calais, the floor is yours.
First, I want to thank you, Freddie, for getting me out here. And, you know, it's a special moment when you get to come back home and be recognized. I've been in Hollywood for about 9 years now. And before that, I was in Baton Rouge where my fitness career started, but everything started from here. And just being from here and showing like the world and showing the youth that if you put your mind to it, you can do anything that you want to do in this world. And me being one of the, I'm gonna say the top celebrity trainers in the world and being from home, New Orleans, you know, New Orleans, they say if you can make it in New Orleans, you can make it anywhere in the world. And I was able to put a stamp on that and take this city that I love so much with me from here to every place that I've been. And I just want to continue to thank you all. And I'm appreciative to be here today with you all and my family who came to support me. And it's been a blessing. So thank you.
Thank you. We're gonna start with Councilman Thomas.
Man, first of all,
After clap.
congratulations and thank you for breaking the stereotype of New Orleans. You know, we just eat, you know, we don't really care about health. And you know, Corey is crazy because King Mac was in the studio earlier. You know, Mac does his fitness and we honored this morning. I did an interview with Carol Flowers celebrating 25 years as one of the top female competitive trainers out of New Orleans. So what you did was, I think in representing people like them that, hey man, now New Orleans know how to go get it too, right? New Orleans knows fitness and you've taken it to a whole nother level where I think people in that world know you can be a celebrity trainer, but you can still be a homeboy. You can still represent your town. And with everything everybody says about you is that you may not be in New Orleans all the time, but New Orleans is always with you. And God bless you, man, for making your name and making your fame, but also changing the game. Corey Calais.
Corey Calais, thank you very much for representing us so well. And this is a great day for Algiers in terms of recognizing some persons who are doing some great things. And thank you for focusing on health and fitness. We don't talk about that enough in New Orleans. You can see I've lifted a couple of weights in my life, you know, right? But one or two.
When was that?
I couldn't get to that third weight, but one or two. Well, no, I'm just joking. It's great that you are a trainer for the celebrities, Michael Jordan and others, and appreciate the work that you do. And no, he said Michael B. Make sure I say it's Michael B. Jordan, right?
Don't get sued.
Right, don't want to get sued. That's right. But no, really, thank you for going to Hollywood and continuing to remember New Orleans. And it's an honor for me to be here today while you're being recognized for your accomplishments and for the work that you do in the health and fitness arena. It's good to see you and look forward to, now I'll kind of pay more attention when I see you and I see Michael B. Jordan and all. I'll pay more attention to the fact that you're from right here. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Well, I have a list of comments in the form of questions. So Atkins or Cato, leg day. Honestly, I can't afford you, so I was going to throw out some questions and see if you give me some free advice. But seriously, I was talking to Councilman King before we started, and he told me that you met Michael B. Jordan during Fantastic Four, I believe.
Yeah.
I would like to say for the record, for all of Hollywood, for some reason, they can't make one good comic book movie in Louisiana, but Michael B. Jordan found you and Ryan Reynolds found his wife. So apparently good things do come out of coming to Louisiana, even though we can't make good comic book movies. But I appreciate everything you do. I appreciate the fact that you have made health and fitness a center point of your life. It's very important for us to note, and I hate to do this while you're here, but you probably hear us every day. Louisiana leads the nation in obesity and other health issues that are within the control of individuals who are suffering from them. And we don't do enough as a state to promote healthy living and healthy lifestyles with our citizens. And when I see people like you publicly out there promoting health and fitness, it's also an image we're pushing to our kids to say, you know what, if you want to be like Corey, you shouldn't be drinking 2 liters of Coke every day. You should get up, play less video games, and maybe, do some things to promote health and wellness. So I appreciate everything you do. I appreciate you being a role model for healthy living for kids across the state, and look forward to whoever your next big client is.
Good morning. Well, it's an honor to have you before us today. I kind of like Councilmember Morrell. I was hoping you could give us some tips as well. This whole thing of, too much cardio, adding more weights, what do we need to do? What leads to weight loss? I'll talk to you about that maybe a little bit afterward. But look, it's funny that you're here because I just recently watched Creed 3 and oh my God. I mean, y'all, ladies, you got to see that movie. I'm just saying, toward the end of the movie when he's all trained up and he's ready to fight, it's something that you definitely don't want to miss. So good job. Good job. I mean, amazing work that you do. And look, I just want to say we're super proud of you. And as Councilmember Morrell said, thank you for promoting fitness and healthy living, particularly coming out of the city of New Orleans. It's really important and we appreciate you.
Real quick, Corey, were you a part of the Wakanda? Well, I can't think of it. Black Panther?
Yeah, I was that too.
You trained that too?
Yeah.
All right. I just want to make sure we get all your accomplishments in there. And an actor.
And actors.
You was in all the Creed movies.
Mhm.
So let's give you your proper due. First thing, my wife she has a good friend who is crazy about Michael Jordan, B. Jordan. So next time y'all are down in New Orleans, let me know her friend wants to meet him. I had to put that out there. But more important things, man. I know I seen the transformation you made, not just physically, but mentally. We shared the same dorm in college, hung out in college. I know your background, very humble beginnings in Algiers. I remember that green two-door Cutlass. You used to live you used to push living on cable, on cable drives. So you come a long way, and it's not easy to get where you're at without having the mental fortitude that you have. You was a mailman for a while, decided to put that down and just really focus on your craft and invest in yourself. And I think it's a testament to being from this city. Because you said it earlier, we get told no so much in the city. We feel we got to show everybody what we made of. And we just had the young man with a $10 million scholarships. We had saw the video with Hulu with car players. We have you. So we have great citizens in this city. We have great men in the city. I want to thank this council for always highlighting the positivity coming from the city, highlighting our famous musicians, cooks, actors, athletes, educators. That's something this council is striving to do as a whole, and we're just proud to have you here. If you can really quickly, I know Councilman Morrell is on that clock with our time. Can you just give us a quick story how you got started and that chance encounter you had with Michael B. Jordan that got you started on the road you're on now?
Well, I was actually I was working for the Postal Service in Baton Rouge for about 6 years. I quit the job because I wanted to start training. I felt like the post office wasn't going to be it. When I started training in Baton Rouge, my name kind of grew pretty fast. I got a call one day to go train the cast of Fantastic Four. And of course I got excited because I had just said to someone that I wanted to be a celebrity trainer, which in Baton Rouge, there was really no celebrities outside of like some college football players. And I got the call. I told the guy, I said, before you hire me, go look at my Instagram and see what I can do first. So you can see like I can do this. So they brought me on set. The next week I was on set for about a month and nobody wanted to train because some weird thing that a lot of actors have, that they think they're gonna look big as me over a month, and it's like, that don't happen. So nobody wanted to work out with me. And the day I was going to train with Jamie Bell, I got up there on set and he wasn't ready to train, but Michael was coming out. So when Mike was coming out, they introduced us, and it was like, we was together for like 9 years after that. Moved to LA, started working with him on Creed 1, Creed 2. I did a show called Revenge by Khloe Kardashian. I did Black Panther. After that, I did Without Remorse, Creed 3, and then I started acting myself. So now I'm in front and behind the camera. And you know, now it's just wherever the stars take me at. So it's been a wonderful journey.
And he is inspiring a lot of local
trainers
trying to take their cue from Corey. So thank you for all that you do, Mr. Calais. We'll come down, take a picture, and give you your proclamation.
Thank you.
The only person I make brave is small. Right now. All three on one, two now. Last one, two.
The consent agenda. We have a communication from Aaron Spears, Chief of Staff and Council Utility Regulatory Office. This should be marked received, this should be marked received. On top of page 5, we have a communication from April Hong, Permit Intake Analyst, Department of Safety and Permits, City of New Orleans. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date is May 25th. We have a communication from Matt Torrey, Director, City of New Orleans, Department of Sanitation. This should be marked received and referred to the Community Development Committee. We have a communication from Matt Torrey, Director, City of New Orleans, Department of Sanitation. This should be marked received and referred to the Community Development Committee. On page 6, we have a communication from Matt Torrey, Director, City of New Orleans, Department of Sanitation. This should be marked received and referred to the Community Development Committee. We have a communication from Matt Torrey, Director, City of New Orleans, Department of Sanitation. This should be marked received and referred to the Community Development Committee. We have a communication from Tyra Johnson Brown, Director, City of New Orleans, Housing Policy and Office of Community Development. This should be marked received and referred to the Community Development Committee. On top of page 7, we have a communication from Jennifer L. Avegno, MD, Director, Department of Health, City of New Orleans. This should be marked received and referred to the Quality of Life Committee. We have a communication from Karen Glazer Stein, 1000 to 1012 St. Philip Street. This should be marked received and referred and deferred to May 25th. We have a communication from Amy B. Trepanier, Director of Personnel, City of New Orleans, Department of Civil Service, amendment to the classified pay plan, Sewage and Water Board, new classification. This should be marked received and referred to the Budget Committee. On page 8, we have a communication from Amy B. Trepanier, Director of Personnel, City of New Orleans, Department of Civil Service, amendment to the classified pay plan, property management, hiring rates, new special rate of pay. This should be marked received and referred to the Budget Committee. We have a communication from Amy B. Trepanier, Director of Personnel, City of New Orleans Department of Civil Service, amendment to the classified pay plans, safety and permits, hiring rates, and new job classification zoning administrator. This should be marked receive and referred to the Budget Committee. On page 9, a communication from Amy B. Trepanier, Director of Personnel, City of New Orleans Department of Civil Service, amendment to the classified pay plan, public safety hiring rates, title changes, new special rate of pay. This should be marked receive and referred to the Budget Committee. We have a communication from Ian F. Taylor, 6028 Benjamin Street. This should be marked receive. We have a communication from Dennis A. Rubion Jr. and Catherine Rubion, 2030 Octavia Street. This should be marked receive. Suggested hearing date is May 25th. On top of page 10, we have a communication from Amy B. Trepanier, Personnel Director, City of New Orleans Department of Civil Service. This should be marked received. We have a communication from Brian D. Berry and Jane Carrier Berry, 1227 South Carrollton Avenue. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date, May 25th. We have a communication from Angel and Gregory Romick, 41 Allard Boulevard and 39 Allard Boulevard. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date, May 25th. We have a communication from Kanisha C. Perry, Accountant, City of New Orleans Department of Police. This should be marked receive and referred to the Criminal Justice Committee. We have a communication from Amanda Arbery, Executive Assistant, City of New Orleans Department of Information Technology and Innovation. This should be marked receive and referred to the Governmental Affairs Committee. We have the report of Anita Curran, Council Research Officer, New Orleans City Council, 1330 through 32 Turo Street. This should be marked receive. We have a report of the Executive Director of the City Planning Commission. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date is May 25th. The report of the Executive Director of the City Planning Commission. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date, May 25th. We have a report of the Deputy Director of the New Orleans Historic District Landmarks Commission, Central Business District Historic District Landmark Commission, 420 through 22 South Galvez Street. This should be marked received. We have the report of the Deputy Director of the New Orleans Historic District Landmarks Commission, Central Business District Historic District Landmarks Commission, 502 Frenchman Street. This should be marked received. We have the report of the Deputy Director of the New Orleans Historic District Landmarks Commission, Central Business District, Historic District Landmarks Commission, 610 Davis Street. This should be marked received. We have the report of the Deputy Director of the New Orleans Historic District Landmark Commission, Central Business District, Historic District Landmarks Commission, 1437 St. Andrew Street. This should be marked received. We have a report of the Deputy Director of the New Orleans Historic District Landmarks Commission, Central Business District, Historic District Landmarks Commission, 2123 Sonia Street. This should be marked received. We have the report of the Deputy Director of the New Orleans Historic District Landmarks Commission, Central Business District, Historic District Landmarks Commission, 2127 Esplanade Avenue. This should be marked received. We have the report of the Deputy Director of the New Orleans Historic District Landmarks Commission, Central Business District, Historic District Landmarks Commission, 2516 Upper Line Street. We have the report of the Deputy Director of the New Orleans Historic District Landmarks Commission, Central Business District, Historic District Landmarks Commission, 6028 Benjamin Street. We have the report of the Sewage and Water Board of New Orleans Chief of Staff, Christy C. Porowski. This should be marked received. We have ordinance calendar number 34,091 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. The fiscal note was received. The Budget Committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar number 34,092 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. The fiscal note was received. The Budget Committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar number 34,093 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, Thomas, and King by request. The fiscal note was received. The Budget Committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar number 34,094 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, Thomas, and King by request. The fiscal note was received. The budget committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar number 34,095 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. The fiscal note was received. The budget committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar number 34,096 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. The fiscal note was received. The budget committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar number 34,117 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. The fiscal note was received. The budget committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar number 34,118 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. The fiscal note was received. The budget committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar number 34,119 by council members Jeruso, Green, Moreno, and Thomas by request. The fiscal note was received. The budget committee recommended approval. Ordinance calendar number 34,121 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. The fiscal note was received. The budget committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar number 34,126 by council member King, 1784 Pace Boulevard and 1778 Elzardi Boulevard, zoning docket 823. We have ordinance calendar number 34,127 by council member King, 547 Esplanade Avenue, zoning docket 1023. We have ordinance calendar number 34,135 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. The fiscal note was received. The budget committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar number 34,136 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. The fiscal note was received. The budget committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar number 34,137 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. The fiscal note was received. The budget committee recommended approval. Ordinance calendar number 34,138 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. The fiscal note was received. The budget committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar number 34,139 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. The fiscal note was received. The budget committee recommended approval. Ordinance calendar number 34,140 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. The fiscal note was received. The budget committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar number 34,137 by council member Green, 1373 through 1377 Senate Street, zoning docket 723. Ordinance calendar number 34,147. We have ordinance calendar number 34,152 by council member Harris, 3500 through 3502 Magazine Street, zoning docket 2023. We have ordinance calendar number 34,153 by council member Harris, 1829 Sophie Wright Place, zoning docket 1123. We have ordinance calendar number 34,159 by council member Thomas, 1804 Lazardi Street, zoning docket 923. We have ordinance calendar number 34,160 by council member Morel, zoning docket 9522. We have ordinance calendar number 34,161 by council members Jeruso and Harris. This ordinance will be taken off of the consent agenda and it would appear on page 53 with its amendment. We have ordinance calendar number 34,163 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, Thomas, and by request. The fiscal note was received. The budget committee recommended approval. Ordinance calendar number 34,164 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas. The fiscal note was received. The budget committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar number 34,165 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. The fiscal note was received. The budget committee recommended approval. Ordinance calendar number 34,166 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. The fiscal note was received. The budget committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar number 34,167 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. The fiscal note was received. The budget committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar number 34,168 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. The fiscal note was received. The budget committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar number 34,169 by council member Jeruso by request. The budget committee recommended approval. We have motion M23-173 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Morel, Green, and Thomas. Amendment to the classified pay plan aviation board hiring rate. The budget committee recommended approval. We have motion M23-174 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Morel, Green, and Thomas. Amendment to the classified pay plan sewage and water board, new classification. We have the budget committee recommended approval. We have motion 123. We have motion 23-175 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Morel, Green, and Thomas. Amendments to the classified pay plan sewage and water board hiring rates safety coordinator series. The budget committee recommended approval. We have motion M23-176 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Morel, Green, and Thomas. Amendment to the classified pay plan finance, new classification and title change, revenue field agent series. The budget committee recommended approval. We have motion M23-177 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Morel, Green, and Thomas. Amendment to the classified pay plan finance hiring rate finance bureau chief. The budget committee recommended approval. We have motion M23-178 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Morel, Green, and Thomas. Amendments to the classified pay plan police hiring rates and new classification social services series. The budget committee recommended approval. We have motion M23-181 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Morel, Green, and Thomas. Amendments to the classified pay plan public safety hiring rates, title changes, and new special rates of pay. The budget committee recommended approval. We have motion M23-182 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Morel, Green, and Thomas. Amendment to the classified pay plan sewage and water board new classification. The budget committee recommended approval. We have motion M23-183 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Morel, Green, and Thomas. Amendments to the classified pay plan property management hiring rates and new special rate of pay. The budget committee recommended approval. We have motion M23-184 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Morel, Green, and Thomas. Amendments to the classified pay plan safety and permits hiring rates and new job classification zoning administration. The budget committee recommended approval. Those are all the matters on the consent agenda.
Councilman Green. Yes, as we move forward on the consent agenda, Council Member, President Morel, I just want to emphasize to the public that this consent agenda is filled with a number of classified pay plan adjustments, jobs that should be filled by our local citizens. And I just want to point out, just for the record, the fact that the city council has been very responsive and has asked civil service to look at various job classifications to enhance pay where it is necessary. Now what has to be done is that we need to have our local citizens fill these jobs. And I want to encourage people, as I've done often and has worked in various ways in a positive manner, we could change our economy by filling these jobs that need to be filled with people who are going to invest in our houses and then invest in buying at our stores and the like. So I just want to say to the council, what we've been doing is great in terms of amending these classified pay plans at the recommendation of the council and the civil service participation. I want to encourage our citizens to go to NOLA.gov/jobs, refer that website to others, and let us fill these jobs. That's why we're doing what we're doing. Thank you.
Mr. Burnside.
Hi, my name is Michael Burnside. I live at 2215 Felicity, and I'm surrounded by 3 microphones, which is surprising. You learn something every day. And I learned from Mr. Green. I misspoke, Councilman Green. And it's important to bring things to the attention of citizenry. So I would like to take a moment to also bring something of importance to the citizenry, which is the NOLA 311. NOLA 311 allows you to request services of the city. It's the portal or the gateway for city government. And we have a new opportunity for all citizens. They can go to NOLA 311 and down the very last thing on the 21 list drop-down menu that you're allowed to ask a service request for is utility pole complaints. So if you happen to have a rotten utility pole, or you happen to have a utility pole that's falling down, or you have a utility pole that you wish to request service, you can go to the very bottom, click on the little computer icon, and you too can help the community and the investors and everybody make an environment slightly better. And I'd like to thank Councilman Green for inspiring me to come up here and use this opportunity to encourage all the residents in the whole city to flood NOLA 311 with opportunities for all of us to improve our grid infrastructure, our distribution structure, and otherwise build resiliency in regards to electricity supply, both to our homes and to our businesses.
The Burnside Harris link is now in place. Let's get those utility poles taken care of.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. Next on the agenda. Okay, Madam Clerk, we're gonna take, okay.
Councilmember, we need to move on the consent.
So moved by Councilman Harris, seconded by Councilman Moreno. 5 yeas, no nays. The consent agenda is adopted.
Councilmember, are we ready to go to the 11:30 matter?
Yes, ma'am.
We need to go to page 55. We have ordinance calendar number 34,170 by Councilmember Moreno by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a subrecipient agreement by and between the city of New Orleans and Medical Debt Resolutions, Inc. to utilize $1,300,000 in American Rescue Plan funds for the valuable public purpose of addressing economic hardship related to the COVID-19 pandemic by providing assistance to constituents with utility arrearages incurred during the pandemic as more fully set forth in the agreement attached here to as Exhibit 1 and made a part hereof and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Okay.
Thank you. I saw that actually. I won't even see what that happened. Right.
That's stated wrong. Yeah, it says, but then what is the utility? That doesn't have anything.
Give me the board.
Madam Clerk, we found some errors in it, technical errors in it that we need to correct, so return it to the calendar at this point. And we'll defer it for now. I hope to take it up again during this meeting, but if not, I'll defer it to the next. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go get to Council members, we have a communication from Richard Lindsay on behalf of Sylvia Chris Bibbins requesting to appeal the Historic District Landmark Commission decision to levy a fine for $20,000 for property located at 2123 Sonia Street. This should be marked received, and the suggested hearing date is May 25th. Council members, we need to suspend the rules to receive this communication.
Madam Clerk, we need a quorum, so 1 second, please. Adam. Do you have Helena Pekin to get a quorum?
Okay, gotcha.
All right, believe we have a quorum in the room. Councilman Druso is over there, Councilman Moreno's behind me. So. All right, motion to suspend the rules moved by Mr. Green, seconded by Ms. Harris. Please vote your machines. Five yeas, no nays. The motion to suspend is adopted. We have to move to add to the agenda, Madam Clerk. So. Wait for the machine. All right, I've moved. Councilman Green is seconded. Please vote your machines. Go. Councilman Jerusalem. 5 yeas, no nays. The item is added to the agenda.
We have one more, council member.
Okay.
I have a communication from Darren P. Lombard, Clerk of Council, Clerk's Office, Criminal District Court, submitting the election results for the proposition on April 29th, 2023. We need to suspend the rules to receive this communication.
I've moved. Councilman Green is seconded. Please vote your machines. Five yeas, no nays. The rules are suspended. Next up, the motion to add to the agenda. Moved by myself, seconded by Council Vice President. Please vote your machines. Five yeas, no nays. The item is added to the agenda. That was a historical vote.
We're now going to be on the bottom of page 37. We have a legislative grouping, a communication from Elizabeth Holman, Director of Land Use, Councilmember Leslie Harris, District B, transmitting the Mayor's Office of Economic Development's recommendation of approval and requesting the scheduling of a public hearing for the following restoration tax abatement application: 3425 through 27 and 3427A South Liberty Street, Liberty Street College LLC. We have resolution R 23203 by Councilmember Harris, a resolution approving RTA application 2018-0489, 3425 through 27 and 3427A South Liberty Street, Liberty Street Cottage LLC.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This resolution approves the committee's unanimous recommendation to approve the RTA of the homes refurbished at Liberty Street. These properties were previously blighted historic homes, and the update will put them back into commerce and provide much-needed housing. Are there any online comments or comments from the dais? I'll move. Seconded by Councilmember Green. 5 yeas. Thank you.
We're on top of page 38. A legislative grouping communication from Elizabeth Home, Director of Land Use, Councilmember Leslie Harris, District B, transmitting the Mayor's Office of Economic Development's no recommendation and requesting the scheduling of a public hearing for the following restoration tax abatement application: 705 Common Street, NS Hotel Partners, MSY LLC. We have Resolution R 23-204 by Councilmember Harris, a resolution approving the RT application for 705 Common Street, NS Hotel Partners, MSY LLC.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The committee made no recommendation on this RTA, but my office has been in touch with Tracy Jackson with the Office of Economic Development. And with more context, I feel comfortable approving this project. The main reason for no recommendation is because the developer missed a city level deadline that was passed by this council, but is not consistent with state level requirements. Additionally, the project does not meet the cost benefit analysis threshold, but the voting committee felt strongly that this is a viable project worthy of an RTA, which is why this did not come to us with a recommendation of denial. Are there any online comments? Okay, I'll move. Seconded by Councilmember Green. Five yeas. Thank you.
We're now on top of page 39. Councilmember King is here. Okay. We have a legislative grouping, the HDLC appeal of Heather Cooper, AIA NCARB, Rosa Ward Architects, requesting to appeal the Historic District Landmarks Commission's decision of denial regarding the proposed renovation of an existing significant rated 3-story mixed-use building, including demolition of the roof structure and construction of a new rear addition for property located at 502 Frenchman Street. We have motion M 23-202 by Councilmember King, granting the applicant's request for property located at 502 Frenchman Street. And we also, where's the other? We also have another one.
Madam Clerk, maybe I could help out. Okay, so this has been this discussion, the subject of a lot of discussion. So we have a lot of people in the house want to talk about this. What I'm going to do is going to defer this matter. I understand that it will it's on deadline in a couple of weeks. The developers needs to do more community outreach and get more input from HDLC. So they understand the timeline we're on. I've spoken to the representatives from the neighborhood association, and the developers understand what they need to do to move forward. So I know we have a lot of comments. I'm not sure that what I just said changes the amount of people that want to speak, but that's just what we got so far. So do you still need to make a presentation since it's been deferred?
No.
Okay, all right. Anyone want to make, Mr. Sherman? Okay, we're good. So then we're good, Madam Clerk.
So we're deferring it to the next meeting, 525?
Listen, are we, they're back having the huddle now. We going to the next meeting, 525. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
You're welcome. Do we, I guess the online comments will be read into.
They'll be made part of the record.
Thank you.
Okay, on top of page 40, we have the HDLC appeal of 2516 Upper Line Street has been deferred to May 25th. At the bottom of the page, we have the HDLC appeal of Ian F. Taylor. This has been withdrawn.
So ordered.
On top of page 41, we have a legislative grouping, HDLC appeal of Nicole Weber, Weber Consulting, requesting to appeal the Historic District Landmarks Commission's decision of denial for the retention of stone cladding on the front stairs for property located at 1437 St. Andrew Street. We have motion M23-205 by Councilmember Harris, granting the applicant's request for property located at 1437 St. Andrew Street.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. HGLC.
1437 St. Andrew Street is a contributing rated multi-family residence located in the Lower Garden District, full control, local historic district. Commission vote on an application for retention of tile cladding on the concrete stair resulted in no action, which is a de facto denial of the application. Staff worked with the applicant to abate other violations in deviation of a C of A and working without a C of A, with the proviso that the stair cladding and inappropriate light fixtures would be changed. Staff does not feel it's appropriate to embellish the concrete deck of the stairs, which in itself is not a historically appropriate material. As there are many existing concrete porches in the historic districts, staff is concerned about setting precedent of installing decorative tiles on porches where there is no evidence that they previously existed. Staff recommended denial of this retention application.
Thank you, thank you, Eleanor, not Madam Clerk. On the state level, SHPO approved this design as appropriate for a home with a historic designation. Are there any online or public comments for this? All right, so I'm going to go ahead and move. Seconded by Councilmember King. I need one more vote.
Sorry.
5 yeas, thank you.
We're now on top of page 42. We have a legislative grouping, the HDLC appeal of Nicole Weber, Weber Consulting, requesting to appeal the Historic District Landmarks Commission's decision of denial for demolition to grade for property located at 420 South Galvez Street. We have motion M23-206 by Councilmember Harris, granted the applicant's request for property located at 420 South Galvez Street.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Eleanor?
420-22 South Galvez Street is a contributing rated multifamily residence located in the Mid-City Partial Control Demolition Only Local Historic District. The Commission denied an application to demolish the structure in 2021. A subsequent appeal to the City Council was withdrawn before action was taken. In December of 2022, the owner again applied to the HDLC to demolish the structure to allow for the construction of a large-scale medical facility. The matter was heard at the April 5th, 2023 Commission meeting. The Commissioners noted that this building is the last remaining historic structure in what was once a densely populated residential neighborhood. Annie Clark made a motion to deny the demolition. The motion, seconded by Jennifer Green, passed unanimously.
Thank you, Eleanor. This building is the only remaining building on the block, and removing it will create much needed space for a medical district hotel for families of patients and out-of-town doctors conducting research to support our hospitals. And this will bring a largely vacant and blighted block back into commerce with a use that will serve the medical district as a whole. I know we have one comment from Susan Johnson.
Hi, Susan Johnson, 2822 LePage Street. I am not paid to be here. Historic New Orleans Neighborhoods LLC, nonprofit. So I support the HDLC's decision. I just wanted to enter into the record that this is one of the last of the clearances that have been made to make way for hospital buildings in this district. McDonough 11 demolished 2021. Formerly located across the way from this structure. Also owned by LSU, demolished 2021. And then in earlier this year, in 2023, a fire destroyed another building that had been moved within the same project. That's the SW Green Mansion, and I haven't seen an arson report on that building. Still looking for one. In any case, I am connecting the dots, as I say, clearances of historic buildings for the hospital district, and wanted to thank the neighborhood organization, Mid-City, and other advocates for excluding historic buildings, homes from the biodistrict project, because we've lost neighborhood houses and historic heritage because of these projects. Not to detract from the good that's happening, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Any online comments? All right, I'm gonna go ahead and move. Seconded by Councilmember King. 5 yeas, thank you.
We're now on top of page 43. We have a legislative grouping, HDLC appeal of Ricardo A. Rivera Rock Management LLC, requesting to appeal the Historic District Landmarks Commission's decision of approval of retention of the collapsed building and levy a fine of $22,500 for the unpermitted demolition for property located at 610 Davis Street. Motion M23-191 by Councilmember Jeruso, denying the applicant's appeal request for property located at 610 Davis Street.
Good morning. My name is
But-
Barbara.
Hang on one second, ma'am. HLC gets a report first,
Oh.
then I'll make a motion, then I'll acknowledge anybody who has, yes, thank you. All right, go ahead, Ms. Burke.
Constructed at circa 1900, 610 David Street was a single shotgun residence with craftsman detailing. The original shotgun received a rear addition between 1908 and 1940 that created the L shape and separate entry. The frame building was a contributing rated building in the Parkview Historic District. Over the past 4 years, the building has had quite the battle to remain extant. In 2019, an application for demolition to grade was reviewed and denied by the HDLC Commission, a decision that was subsequently upheld by the City Council. In August 2021, an after-hours report of suspected demolition resulted in a safety and permits stop work posting at the property. This working without a permit violation noted that heavy machinery was placed on site to begin demolition without prior approval. The building was then sold to the current owner in October of 2021. In early 2022, a structural renovation permit was opened to remove rear portions of the building and construct a Camelback addition. The proposed area of demolition did not exceed the demolition percentage required for HDLC review. A sub-permit was closed out as a result. Prior to the issuance of the building permit, another safety and permits working without a permit violation case was opened against the property for beginning demolition work without permits. The rear portions indicated on the submitted plans were demolished before building permits were obtained. Following this incident, a building permit for the proposed scope of work was issued. Based on the photographs from safety and permits case and those taken in March 2023, the building essentially existed in an abandoned state during this period of time, and grass began to grow beneath the remains of the roof. On March 14th, 2023, the contractor contacted the HDLC inspector to schedule a site meeting to inspect areas of wood rot and insect damage. The inspector set a meeting date of March 16th, 2023. However, the next day, the building was reported as collapsed. Following the collapse, an HDLC inspector took photographs of the site, and a demolition permit was submitted for the retention of the collapsed building. The applicant submitted photographs of bracing at the building prior to the collapse. The bracing does not appear to be correct or in any way supporting the structural members, of which many seem to have been removed. Staff's review of the inspection photos also revealed what appeared to be saw cuts at the roof rafters. These conditions essentially destabilized the building, resulting in its collapse. It is unclear, however, what the intentions were behind this work. Based on collective efforts to save the building from being demolished, attempts proved to be unsuccessful. Staff recommended retention of the demolition of the building. And if the commission decided to levy a fine, the fine range would be between 0 and 15% of the assessed building value, or $25,000, whichever was greater. At their meeting of April 5th, 2023, the commission reviewed the staff report and heard from the building's owner and contractor. Jason King made a motion to allow the retention of the demolition and levy a fine of $22,500. The motion, seconded by Greg Heckenberg, passed unanimously. I'll just leave it there.
Wasn't sure if you had, it sounded like you had a little bit more.
I have a little more, but we're good.
All right, got it. All right, I'm gonna move to approve. Second, I know we have some public comment. Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, my name is Barbara Rivera Fulton, and I'm here representing Rock Management LLC, which is one of the members is Mr. Ricardo Rivera, no relation. We're both Rivera, but no relation. We are concerned because from the beginning that this meeting took place, Mr. Rivera felt that he was not afforded the time to explain his situation. He came in and he was here until very late that afternoon, and he was one of the last meetings. And he felt like the decision had already been made without listening to any of his arguments. Again, Mr. Rivera purchased the property. The property was already in very poor condition, as the assessor's website shown. And he did obtain the required permits to get the work done. He went as far as to reaching out to the engineer because he was concerned about the foundation. The foundation did not seem like it would be able to hold the work. They proceeded to try to brace it. To no fault of their own, it was a mistake, it was an error, and the building collapsed. I can't help but notice, I did a little bit of research on other historic structures around the city. And this is actually an article from the
30 seconds.
The Preservation Resource Center, where buildings like the 19th century Queen Anne home in the District B, and also the Carrollton old building, there was a courthouse. They were assessed fines because of collapse, and the fine was $10,000. So we're talking about multi-million-dollar projects. This is a very small house. It wasn't on purpose. It was an accident. And we believe we just wanted to be treated the same way as everybody else. And this is a very small company, and we believe that the fine was excessive.
Thank you. I would note one major difference is Carrollton Courthouse was the impetus for this change in state law, because you're right, that there's been too many slaps on the wrist for people. And I'm not going to opine with what happened with Carrollton Courthouse, but your point is well taken, that for people who were multimillionaires, and to a topic we'll discuss a little bit later today, slaps on the wrist are a cost of doing business, and that's what we're trying to avoid. I do think here, now that the law has changed based on Representative Freeman's change to the legislature and our adoption, this is the second time this property's come before us for demolition. I denied the original request in 2019.
If I may interject,
No, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry, your time.
not the same owner.
I understand that, but the problem is, what essentially has happened now is between the old owner and the new owner, we essentially have demolition by neglect. And that's, our job now is to try and send messages to people that you can't allow something to, after we've denied demolition, allow it to happen again. And so this is, I mean, I know I'm looking at Councilmember Harris and maybe King, because I think this happens the most in our districts where it's happened. I have another issue. I think it's on Webster, where also same issue, where we denied the demolition, left it open, and I couldn't find them any more money than $10,000. So the problem we have here is this has been a continuing history, and Mr. Rivera may have been in a tough spot, but the bottom line is there's a rule, it was broken, and we have to be consistent if we're going to try and make sure that for smaller owners, mid-sized owners, and larger owners alike, that there's more than just a slap on the wrist going forward.
$22,000 for that owner versus 10,000
I
for
couldn't.
multi-million-dollar
I-
project
but
doesn't seem
I-
fair.
It may, you're right, it probably isn't fair. But at that time, I couldn't find, we were legally prohibited from filing more than that. So that is the significant difference between situations before the law was filed where $10,000 is the maximum. And now, because of the way that the law is filed, we have much more significant room. So I'll be the first as a lawyer to say the law isn't always fair, and that there are times laws change and they become more fair, sometimes less fair as things go on. He's caught in a situation, but I also think we also have to be careful not to compare apples in every situation to what's happened, because there's laws that were on the books 50, 100 years ago that are also not the laws that we have to. Ma'am, you've been heard, and we've heard your argument. And I also will say nobody contacted our office before the vote today. You've been given your time to speak, and given the facts surrounding the fact that there is a complete definition that we denied in 2019, safety and permits issues, a stop work order in 2021. In August, 2022 permit issued to demolish the rear portion, and then no work at all between July of 2022 and March of 2023, which is an effective abandonment of the structure. And then in 23, that the structure abandoned, I'm going to uphold the fine. It's been seconded. Members, will you please vote your machines? 5 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
We're now on top of page 44. We have a legislative grouping, the HDLC appeal of Zachary Smith, owner Zach Smith Consulting and Design, requesting to appeal the Historic District Landmark Commission's decision of denial of the ARC recommendation for property detail, for materials details of the renovation of a significant rated 1.5 story residential building for property located at 2127 Esplanade Avenue. Motion M23-211, Councilmember Green, granted the applicant's request for property located at 2127 Esplanade Avenue.
We do have a brief report from the HDLC relative to this property.
The first application to raise 2127 Esplanade Avenue to create conditioned habitable space on the ground floor was heard by the ARC at their July 21 meeting. At that meeting, the ARC recommended lowering the floor to ceiling height and revising the materials and windows to maintain the appearance of a raised basement building. The drawings were revised to meet this recommendation and subsequently approved by the ARC. Although the proposal was denied by the commission due to the negative impact the proposal would have on the architectural character and significance of the resource, the city council overruled the HDLC denial in December of 2021. The applicant has now decided that they would like to pursue their original proposal that was rejected by the ARC in July of 2021. The applicant is appealing the ARC recommendation that the new ground floor be maintain the look of a raised basement, including materials, and would like to go with the original proposal that was submitted. The proposal uses weatherboards on the ground floor, giving the building the appearance of being a two-story building and raises the building an additional 2 feet in the air. The ARC and staff feel this is not appropriate as the historic building was not a two-story building, but a one-story raised basement. The materiality of the new ground floor can significantly alter the character and building type, and due to this reasoning, staff recommended denial of the appeal. At their meeting of April 5th, 2023, the commission reviewed the proposal. They noted that the raised Queen Anne is a rare but important historic house type in New Orleans. Altering the building in this manner would be deleterious to the building's architectural significance, since it would destroy the building's historic typology. Stephanie Bruno made a motion to deny the application. The motion, seconded by Greg Hackenberg, passed unanimously.
We have a card from a representative of Historic New Orleans Neighborhoods.
Hi, Susan Johnson, 2822 LePage Street. I support the HDLC's decision on this project, but my only remark is a technical question for Ms. Burke, if she can answer whether this change in the building, whether the renovations to the building would result in a change to the rating of the building from contributing building to contributing but altered. Is that something that we can determine right now? If
Yes.
that's going to be the case?
Yes, its rating would be downgraded, correct?
Okay, I just wanted to enter that into the record. Thank you.
Are there any online comments? I appreciate the work of the HDLC. And on many occasions, I've certainly agreed with the HDLC's recommendations. In this particular instance, what motivates me is that the owner wishes to raise the property for the purpose of creating habitable space on the ground floor. It would elevate the basement style home so that it would also address flood prevention in a manner that reflects the engineering of the building. I do appreciate the work, and I do understand that there was one card from the public in opposition, but it dealt with the issue of disruption of nearby properties and their foundations. I encourage anyone who has a property nearby to do what is appropriate. I don't think that there's going to be as much disruption as suggested, but take pictures and also have an inspection if necessary to protect yourself and your property. So based on those comments, I'm asking the city council to support the overrule of the HDLC decision relative to this property at 2127. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Thomas. Members, if you would vote your machines. We have 5 yeas and no nays, and thank you very much for your presentation for the members of the public who chimed in at the HDLC meeting and also for the work of the HDLC in this regard. Look forward to the applicant doing a good job, something that will enhance the community in which the property is located. Thank you.
Council members, we're now going to go back to page 55. We have ordinance calendar number 34-170 by Councilmember Moreno by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a subrecipient agreement by and between the city of New Orleans and Medical Debt Resolution, Inc. to utilize $1,300,000 in American Rescue Plan funds for the valuable public purpose of addressing economic hardship related to the COVID-19 pandemic by providing assistance to constituents with utility arrearages incurred during the pandemic, as more fully set forth in the agreement attached hereto to Exhibit 1 and made a part hereof and otherwise to provide with respect thereto, and there is an amendment. On page 1, on the 5th unnumbered line of the initial preamble paragraph, replace the word utility arrearage with the word medical debt. That is the amendment.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. As you all know, this is working.
Is it on?
Am I on?
No.
No, no. The Reba. Whoever the-
Testing.
This chair over here. Does that one work? Okay, good. All right, members, as you all may recall, during the budget process, we had an amendment that would provide funding to work to clear people's medical debt in the city of New Orleans. So we did that through the budget process, and it's working with a nonprofit group, national nonprofit group called RIP Medical Debt. We have cities across the country who are doing the same type of initiative. And we believe that roughly, around $100 million worth of medical debt could be cleared in the city of New Orleans with just this small investment. So we've discussed that particular issue already, and this is just the contract with RIP Medical Debt. First, I need to adopt the amendment because there was a mistype in the preamble. So really, we're just amending the preamble to make sure that everything is correct. So first, I'll move on the amendment if there are no questions. It's been moved and seconded. Like voting my machine, but sitting at this machine, All right. No, 6 yeas and no nays on the amendment. Jeannie Donovan is here if anyone has any questions of the Health Department. I see no questions, so when it's ready, we will move. Okay, just waiting on the machine. I'll move if I can get a second. Seconded by Councilmember Jeruso. All in favor? There we go. 6 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
Right. At the bottom of the page, we have ordinance calendar number 34,171 by Councilmember King by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,265 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate funds to the Office of Cultural Economy for Mardi Gras, Jazz Fest, and Bayou Classic events, and to embrace cultural economic initiatives and partnerships, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. The fiscal note was received.
Just council members, I need to recuse myself from this vote. I represent Southern and Grambling in some trademark matters.
All right. Any other comments from the dais? Online comments? Make a motion to adopt. Properly second by Councilmember Green. Five yeas. Five yeas, one recusal. Motion's adopted.
We're now going to go back on page 45. We have that legislative grouping, University Area Off-Street Parking Interim Zoning District Appeal of Zachary Smith, owner Zach Smith Consulting and Design, requesting to appeal the University Area Off-Street Parking Interim Zoning District for the property located at 7465 through 7467 Pitt Street. Motion M23-188 by Councilmember Jeruso, approving and granting the applicant's appeal request for property located at 7465 through 7467 Pitt Street.
Motion to approve. Second by Councilmember Harris. Five yeas, no nays.
On top of page 46. We have a legislative grouping, an extension request of Andrew Shepherd, manager, Southern Recycling LLC, requesting an extension of 1 year from June 6, 2023 to June 6, 2024 to the conditional use and calendar number 32,404, ordinance number 27,893 MCS, zoning docket number 9118 for property located at 4201 France Road. We have motion M23-213 by Councilmember Green, granted the applicant's request for property located at 4201 France Road.
As was made clear, this conditional use exists at present, and we're requesting an extension of the conditional use. The City Planning Commission approved the plans for construction and demolition of a debris recycling facility in September of 2022. The firm needs additional time to begin construction due to limitations on securing suppliers and contractors, some of the concerns that we know exist in our market right now. The primary use for the facility will be for receiving, separating, and processing scrap metal materials. And it's a good project. It's located on the industrial canal in an area which has been blighted and overgrown for some time. And I hope that Southern Recycling, in addition to this work that they will do, will work with me so that we can clear up some of the blight in that area. I do have a card from Mr. Jeffrey Good. Mr. Good, would you like to comment? He's with Southern Recycling.
I just wanted to thank Ms. Monique Green for her help on this and yourself, and thank you all for everything.
Okay.
If you have any questions, I'm here.
Thank you very much. Members, are there any questions from the council? Are there any online comments? I'll move for adoption of the extension request. Been seconded by Councilmember Thomas. Let's vote our machines at this time. We have 6 yeas and no nays, and the extension request is granted. Thank you very much, members of the council. 7. Okay.
We're now on top of page 47, a legislative grouping, zoning docket 323, as well as motion line over M23-138. Both matters have been withdrawn per the applicant's request. On top of page 48, we have ordinance calendar number 33,183 has been deferred to August 8th. We have ordinance calendar number 33,893 has been deferred to May 25th. At the bottom of the page, we have ordinance calendar number 33,950 has been withdrawn. On top of page 49, we have ordinance calendar number 34,046 by Councilmember Morrell. An ordinance to establish section 26-80 of the Code of the City of New Orleans relative to inspections of multifamily housing units of 10 units or more when there is a violent crime incident on the premises and otherwise to provide with respect thereto, and there is an amendment by Councilmember Morrell. Number 1, on page 1, lines 2 through 3, that section 26-80 of the Code of the City of New Orleans, Louisiana, is hereby reordained to read as follows. And insert in lieu thereof that the Code of the City of New Orleans, Louisiana, is amended by adding section 26-80, which shall read as follows. Number 2, on page 2, line 21, delete the word 5 and insert in lieu thereof number 10. This amendment is to increase the time frame during which the Office of Code Enforcement shall conduct an inspection from 5 days to 10 days and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. That is the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This amendment was made at the request of Code Enforcement, so I will move to adopt the amendment. Second by Council Vice President Moreno. Please vote your machines. 6 yeas, no nays. The amendment's adopted. On the underlying bill, this is something I've been working on with code enforcement to try to deal with problematic properties that have repeated violent incidents. Because there is a direct correlation between properties with potential code enforcement violations where tenants feel unsafe or an unsafe situation, and in areas in which violent crime is prevalent. I would cite the article that was published today about the Mid-City apartments or lofts that were owned by Joshua Bruno. Tenants regularly complain and file complaints regarding gunfire on a regular basis. And lo and behold, once people went out to review the property, not only were those individuals defrauded by a fake landlord, but the properties were in tremendous disrepair. So this will simply create an instance in which when you have large apartment complexes with tremendous amounts of violent crime incidents, it simply gives code enforcement ability to do a sweep to make sure that those properties are secure and livable for tenants.
Mr. Chair and author, I just want to, since I was away, just be on the record as expressing my strong support for this measure. And it's worked with us already on Davy Drive near Bayou St. John and Harrison Avenue, where unfortunately there were a couple of incidents involving shootings that were just outrageous, and a couple of people were killed, unfortunately. But the ability to conduct a sweep involving various departments of the city has now resulted in that property having no similar incidents, not to say that there haven't been incidents, no similar incidents. And the residents who live across the street who are investing in their houses feel much more comfortable that the city of New Orleans is addressing their concerns. So I am on the record as supporting, even though I didn't participate in the vote.
We haven't voted yet. That was the amendment. Oh, still got time.
Good.
All right, so with that, I will move to adopt the ordinance as amended. Motion by Councilman Thomas, second by Council Vice President Moreno. Please vote your machines. 7 yeas, no nays. The ordinance is adopted as amended.
At the bottom of the page, we have ordinance calendar number 34,131 by Councilmember Jeruso by request. An ordinance revoking the dedication to public use and authorizing the sale at public auction for a minimum price to be set by appraisal of a certain portion of ground, together with all the rights, ways, privileges, servitudes, and appurtenances thereunto belonging or in any wise pertaining, situated in the state of Louisiana, parish of Orleans, being a portion of Leek Avenue in Bertheville of the 6th Municipal District of the City of New Orleans, which portion of Leek Avenue is bounded by Henry Clay Avenue, Topatula Street, Exposition Boulevard, and the Mississippi River, as shown on a survey by Dufresne Surveying and Engineering, Inc., dated July 7, 2022, revised August 17, 2022, which is no longer needed for public purposes and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Move for approval. Second by Councilmember Harris. 7 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
We're now on top of page 50. We have ordinance calendar number 34,133 by Councilmember Green by request. An ordinance to amend and reordain section 154-232 of the Code of the City of New Orleans relative to City Traffic Engineers Authority to designate crosswalks, establish safety zones, designate school zones, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. And there is an amendment by Council Members Green, Jeruso.
Councilmember Jeruso, would you like to discuss the amendment?
Yeah, this is a friendly amendment. My biggest issues was as drafted, it was inconsistent. And so the drafting just brings consistency to all the subparts. It said, as the engineer may deem necessary. In one part, it said as deemed appropriate, I think. And then it didn't have a deemed necessary in the last part. So all I'm trying to do is bring a modicum of consistency to this ordinance. Thank you, Council Member.
Thank you. And fellow council members and members of the public, this important ordinance allows the Department of Public Works to designate crosswalks and to establish safety zones at all schools K-12 in our city. Currently, the city code only allows for designations of school zones at K-7 schools. This ordinance is going to be part of the entire effort of the city council and the city and the administration through the dashboard and other measures to provide safer roadways, in this case for all children traveling to and from school. But what I'm going to do now is to ask for approval of the amendment. It's been moved by Councilmember DeRusso. I have seconded. Members, please vote your machines on the approval of that amendment. We have 7 yeas and no nays. The amendment is adopted. At this time, we'll move to the ordinance itself. I will move once it's available. I've moved. There are seconds, seconded by Councilmember DeRusso. Members, please vote your machines. And with passage of this, the Department of Public Works will be working at the request and behest of the administration and the council to designate crosswalks throughout our city. I do want to emphasize to those who drive that it's important to recognize the need to be cognizant of public safety at all times, not only in school zones, but in other areas. We've had too many injuries and deaths in our city, and this is one cog in the wheels of our getting into the position where we don't have as many injuries and accidents due to driving in our city. So thank you, council members.
We have ordinance calendar number 34,143 has been deferred to May 25th. Ordinance calendar number 34,144 has been withdrawn. On top of page 51, we have ordinance calendar number 34,150 has been deferred to May 25th. We have ordinance calendar number 34,154 by Councilmember Harris, an ordinance to direct the Department of City Civil Service in accordance with section 4-1503 of the Home Rule Charter to evaluate and provide recommendations to the Civil Service Commission and the City Council relative to amending the classified pay plan to increase to market rate the minimum and maximum annual salary of all classes of position in the Emergency Management Services job series and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This ordinance will trigger a civil service study to provide recommendations to the council on pay increases for our EMS workers. These first responders are critical and they are woefully underpaid. Increasing their wages will not only convey the value of the work, it will help recruit desperately needed additional staff. And I look forward to working with civil service and ultimately approving a plan to increase the pay for our EMS workers. Are there any online comments? Public comments? All right, moved by me, second, Michael Burnside. Come on up, sir.
Mr. Burnside encouraged the public to fill these jobs.
I hear you, Councilman Green. Public, please fill these jobs.
Fill these
Now that we're gonna
jobs.
pay you
Apply.
wonderful amounts of money. And Ms. Harris, thank you for bringing this up. I did some email years ago about the various pays, and the fire and the police always head the list, and the EMS is nowhere even in third, fourth, or fifth. So, you know, if we have a heart attack, it's as important as if our house is on fire. And if we have a heart attack, quite frankly and quite bluntly, it's about the same as getting shot. So I would suggest that the EMS people really do need some serious bump up and generally happiness that they're participating in our system and our society. So thank you. Thank you, Councilman Green, for reminding me that these are jobs and jobs need to be filled by local people who care and want to help and build their community.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. I need one more vote. 6 yeas, motion passes. Thank you all.
Love you guys. All right. JD.
At the bottom of the page, we have ordinance calendar number 34,155 by Councilmember Harris. An ordinance to temporarily waive certain fees, permit fees, and requirements within and around Lions Recreation Center located at 624 Louisiana Avenue, New Orleans, Louisiana, and the Rosenwald Recreation Center located at 1120 South Broad Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, in conjunction with the Central City Partnership's 11th Annual Coin and Forche Alumni Classic event on Saturday, April 8, 2023, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Normally, I would waive partial fees under the Michael Burnside unofficial partial fee rule. But I'm going to waive all fees. That's what this motion does. Mr. Burnside, do you want to come on up? I already know what you're going to say.
I need a little bit. It's hard to be positive when you get old. So there are monies out there, the Hera casino monies, the Cox monies, they're gonna come up in a little bit. Councilman Jeruso was a little bit too honest when he was discussing his mental health outreach and how half of his office money was going to go to that. So there are monies available to memberships that come with elected office. It's kind of like being a principal at a high school. Nobody mentions it, but the principal does have a slush fund because if you have literally no cash, you can't get on a bus. So it's nice to have a little bit of, say, we call it free money floating there to make the whole system float through life. If you guys really feel that a specific group really needs a specific amount of money because they just literally cannot do something on their own, you have other pots of monies rather than just say, ah, well, the rec compartment can suck it up again and just give all the fees. That kind of self-sacrifice is motivational and leadership driven. People can look at it and say, well, you know, it's really not about politics. This one particular organization was really great and just could not do it. And so I stepped in and made it possible. That's different than saying, well, it's not really that important. And we're all here to get along and we all want to be friendly to each other. And anybody who asks kind of gets it kind of thing. Because a lot of people out here are resentful and bitter. This room's empty, right? JD's leaving, right? There are a lot of people who don't participate anymore. And they think part of it is because the system's rigged. And it's not rigged in favor of them. It's rigged against them. So if you sort of unrig the system a little bit, other people might say, hey, you know, maybe there's a form, maybe I can go online, maybe I can fill it out, maybe I can participate in this also, right? So I wanted to bring that up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. I've moved. I need a second. Seconded by Councilmember King. Six yeas. Thank you.
Council member, are y'all ready to go into executive session?
Yes, I think we're ready to go to executive session. So.
Okay, executive session. We're now on page 36. We have a notice is hereby given that pursuant to Louisiana Revised Statute 4216 and 4217A2, the council of the city of New Orleans may convene an executive session during its May 11, 2023 regular meeting for the purpose of discussing the following litigation. Alexandra Land and Development LLC and Pinnacle Towers Asset Holding LLC versus the City of New Orleans, case number 2021-09939, Section F, Civil District Court for the Parish of Orleans, Judge Jennifer Medley. Council members, we need to vote to go into executive session, please.
Moved by Councilman Green, second by myself. Please vote your machines. 5 yeas, no nays. We are going to executive session. Case on you. Test 1, 2, test 1, 2.
Council members, are we ready? Have
Yes,
established
we
the
are
quorum?
ready to establish a quorum. Motion to reconvene.
Huh.
Councilman Green moves, Councilman King seconds. Please vote your machines. Oliver, it's your machine. 5 yeas. We have reestablished a quorum.
We're now gonna go to page 60. We have a legislative group in motion M 23-210 by council members Harris and Morrell. A motion directing the Office of Code Enforcement and other members of the administration to provide the council with a plan of action to address Plaza Towers, public health and safety risks, and outstanding violations of the minimum property code, including appropriate enforcement action and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This motion calls on the city, the administration, the mayor's administration to take swift action against the deteriorating conditions of Plaza Tower. As we all know, Plaza Tower stands at the entrance of our downtown. It has been sitting for about 20 years untouched, and for the past 8 years owned by Mr. Yeager's company. For years, this property has fallen into worse and worse condition. And in just the last few weeks, we've seen a fire, a death, and concerns about falling debris. We've also seen our fire department having to enter the building to assess whether or not there are folks living inside the building. This is an unacceptable public health and safety crisis, threatening the lives of those who live, work, and play downtown. This motion requires the city to come up with a plan to remediate the issues within 15 days while ensuring the costs of the proposed solutions are covered by the property owner and not the taxpayers. This motion will in no way inhibit the sale of the property. My priority is the health and safety of our residents and immediate action to address the mounting concerns and risks posed by Plaza Tower. My hope is that the mayor's administration will work with my office and the property owner to ensure the remediation plan can be acted on as quickly as possible. I'm also committed to being part of the redevelopment conversation. As I've said to the owner's representative, my staff, and folks in the mayor's administration, the best plan of action would be redevelopment of this property rather than demolition. But if the city determines that the property needs to be demolished, then that's what needs to happen to make sure that our citizens stay safe. I have some public comment, and I'm sure there are online comment, but Councilmember Morrell, would you like to add anything to this?
Yes, I echo many of the comments that Council Member Harris has already stated, and I certainly admire and support her leadership on this issue. As I've said it publicly on numerous occasions, Plaza Tower at this point stands as a monument of neglect and of the city turning a blind eye to a tremendous blighted structure at the foot of our city at the entrance. And it is extremely hard for us to be taken seriously by our citizens, by our residents, and by our other business owners, those who are good and bad actors, when we allow something of this magnitude to fester in the middle and the heart of downtown. This council recently, within the last month, passed a significant change in regards to how we identify blighted property. As you know now, part of the blight designation is that if a property does not have water or electricity, it is prima facie considered blighted, and that it is necessary to have a full plan as to how to bring that property back into commerce to escape the designation as blighted property. It is so important. The first calls I got as Councilman Harris and I moved forward with these instruments was people thanking me saying, Well, now I finally believe you might close or tear down that old Walmart or old Winn-Dixie or that old blighted business near me because no one is above the law. And that's simply what this is about. This series of ordinances today is about stating definitively that when it comes to blight in the city of New Orleans, everyone will be held to account. That's all I have to say at this time.
Thank you. Anita, online comments?
We have one online comment from Mary Mizing Gabala, who says, I'm in full support of this motion.
Great. Mr. Burnside?
My name is Michael Eric Burnside. I live at 2215 Felicity. I have a problem with English language. The English language is very imprecise. Investments good, investments bad, investors are good, investors are bad. The problem is that some things are necessary for life, other things are not, and some things resist rot and destruction much better than other things. So the country of France requires nowadays, since 2016, for grocery stores to not throw away food. You're not allowed to throw it away. You have to give it away to somebody if you can't sell it. Certain things like diamonds are worth a lot of money because the market itself is manipulated, and De Beers in the 1970s had a giant warehouse in South Africa that was just full of diamonds that they never bothered to put on the market. If you flood the market with diamonds, the value of diamonds go down. You flood the market with a bunch of big buildings, the value of big buildings go down. So you pull big buildings out of the market. 1010 Common is out of the market. Obviously, Hard Rock Hotel is out of the market. Plaza Tower is out of the market. The only reason certain buildings still have value is because they don't have competitors. So it becomes a question, what is a market? Are you allowed to starve people? Are you allowed to pull food off of the market until you can get the full price that food is worth? Are you allowed to pull water out of the market? Are you allowed to privatize water to the point where if you don't have any water and you're dying, you're willing to give what you've got, but if your kid's dying, you'll give even more? Is capitalism really the foundation of our country and ourselves and our beliefs? Because if it is, we are engaged in acts of evil. We will allow people to die of thirst, we will allow people to die of starvation, and we will allow people to die without housing. Because it is more profitable to make sure mathematically that there's one empty seat in your movie theater than to fill it up. I did the math when I was a child. It was taught to me. It's not something that I learned by myself. You have to have one empty seat in your theater to have known for sure mathematically that you have maximized your return on revenue for your movie show. So does that mean we have to have one person die of starvation so that all people who sell food know that they got the most money? Does it mean that we have to have one man die of thirst so that we know we got the most for our water? And does one homeless bum have to live under a bridge so that we know that our buildings got the best return on investment possible?
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. I've moved. Seconded by Council Member Morrell. Seven yeas, thank you.
We have motion M 23-201 by council members Morrell and Harris. A motion directing the Office of Court Enforcement to hold a hearing to assess any expenses incurred by the city of New Orleans for street closures related to Plaza Tower.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members, this is pretty straightforward. As you've seen over the last couple of years, we have had to have repeated street closures and throughout central business districts surrounding Plaza Tower because pieces of the building, quite frankly, keep falling off or threaten to fall off. As reported previously, we've had pieces of the building fall on messenger bikers. We've had pieces of the building fall on top of cars. And as a city, when we have to bear cost to account for something that is so completely dilapidated that pieces of it threaten to fall off and injure people, that is a cost the city is undertaking at its expense in favor of a developer. Much like we sued in a civil litigation after the Hard Rock Cafe, the Hard Rock Hotel fell down and the streets were obstructed and businesses were impacted, it's incumbent upon the city that any and all costs that we have to do. This motion deals specifically with street closures, but it's my understanding that the city attorney is also looking at fire response and the like. When the city is expending money, taxpayer money, to mitigate the damage created by a privately owned structure, it's incumbent upon us to make sure that the city recoups those taxpayer dollars that are expended, not for something the city did, but for something a business owner did not do. That's what this seeks to do. Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Council President. What I would say is this: I think that this council needs to take a look at how we assess fees incurred by the city to secure properties. And I'm thinking about the Josh Bruno properties where people literally had to be pulled out by our health department and rehoused because the conditions were so bad on Washington Avenue. So while this appears that we're picking on Plaza Tower, this is something that this council should take a look at holistically as to whether or not and how we can assess costs incurred by the city, especially when properties are blighted, when slumlords have them, and when the city has to expand funds to protect its citizens from blighted conditions.
Are there any online comments? I don't have any card. Mr. Burnside, do you have a card on this? Okay. All right, I will move to adopt this motion. Second by Councilmember Harris, please vote your machines. Six yeas, no nays. The motion is adopted. Madam Clerk, we have another motion, motion 23-180 that was late filed.
Yes. We have motion M 23-180 by council members Morrell and Harris, requesting that the Department of Law shall take all steps to prioritize and expedite a favorable resolution of the Plaza Tower Code Enforcement litigation, Alexandra Land and Development LLC and Pinnacle Towers Asset Holding LLC versus the City of New Orleans, case number 2021-09939. Council members, we need to suspend the rules to receive this.
Moved by myself, seconded by Vice President Moreno. Please vote your machines. 7 yeas, no nays. Rule is suspended. I will further move that the item be added to the agenda. Seconded by Council Vice President Moreno. Waiting for the machine to come up. There you go. Please vote your machines. Six yeas, no nays. The item, 7 yeas, no nays. The items add to the agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take up at this time. This motion is very straightforward. Councilman Harris and I, in doing our previous motions, it came to our attention that there was litigation that's about 18 months old that dealt with previous fines assessed on the property in question. What was glaring to us is that after the city essentially won the original case and the suspensive appeal was filed, there has been no additional fines assessed on this property. Our understanding, having met with a variety of different groups, is that there is some confusion as to whether or not additional fines could be placed on the property while the property was in appeal. We have it upon good legal authority that it is not a prevention, that this should not have stopped additional fines from being assessed if the property was not in compliance, but we both deemed that it would be in the best interest of the city to finally resolve this 18-month-old lawsuit so that it would definitively clear up any confusion and we could move forward with any other assessments that be done on the property. Does anyone now want to speak? Any comments? Hearing none, I will move to adopt. Second by Councilmember Harris, please vote your machines. 7 yeas, no nays. That motion's adopted.
Council members, we're now going to go to page 52 We have ordinance calendar number 34,156 has been deferred to May 25th. We have ordinance calendar number 34,157 has been deferred to May 25th. On top of page 53, we have ordinance calendar number 34,158 by Councilmember Jeruso has been deferred to May 25th. We need to go back. We need to go back to page 27. We have ordinance calendar number 34,161 by Council Members Jeruso and Harris. An ordinance to amend and reordain Article 19 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, ordinance number 4,264 MCS as amended by ordinance number 26,413 MCS and subsequent amendments to reestablish the university area off-street parking interim zoning district, the intent of which is to require off-street vehicular parking for any instance in the number of existing bedrooms for all properties located in the area generally bounded by Cecil Street, a straight line connecting Cecil Street to Monticello Avenue, Monticello Avenue to Leak Avenue, to River Drive, to Riverview Drive, to East Drive, to Chapatula Street, turning north on Jefferson Avenue, turning east on South Claiborne Avenue, turning north on Toledano Street, connecting to Washington Avenue, turning east on Earhart Boulevard, turning north on South Carrollton Avenue, turning east on Tulane Avenue, Airline Highway, connecting to Palmetto Street, to North Line Street, to Monticello Avenue, to Cecil Street, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto, zoning docket 122. And there is an amendment. The amendment is on page 53. And I will not read it into the record because it is on the agenda.
And Madam Clerk, I don't know if you have it, we have also an amendment to the amendment.
Oh, okay.
So I know.
So there is an amendment to the amendment. Okay. Okay, so this is the original. All right. So the amendment to the amendment first is by Councilmember Jeruso. Delete amendment number 7 and insert in lieu thereof the following. On page 3, line 38, after a common room is any, insert unenclosed. That is the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll move on the amendment to the amendment. Second by Councilmember Green. Six yeas, no nays. And because the amendment is in the record, as Madam Clerk said, now on the original amendment
As amended.
as amended.
Councilmember, do you want to hear the online comments?
Don't we need to get to the
Like the
ordinance?
Whole ordinance? Okay.
Yeah, so I'm gonna get through the two amendments. Thank you for reminding Ms. Curran. I know we have 6 or 7 online comments. Need 1 or 2. 6 yeas, no nays, and now will you please read the online comments before we vote on the ordinance as amended?
First comment is from Stephanie Emmerling. I support the approval of Councilmember Jeruso's regular 25 amendment to ordinance calendar number 34,161. Next comment is from Sally Reeves. I support the amendment. Tim Trakoff. I support this amendment and Councilmember Jeruso. Susan Cohn. My home is close to Tulane University. Oops, excuse me. And I have lived in this neighborhood for 17 years. In addition to the doubles to dorms in the university area, we are now seeing a proliferation of singles to dorms where property investors are buying single-family homes and creating additional bedrooms for college rentals by adding interior walls in order to turn living rooms, dens, dining rooms, et cetera, into bedrooms. A number of these investors have been caught working without permits in an apparent effort to avoid complying with our applicable zoning ordinances. The doubles to dorms and singles to dorms are contributing to a lack of affordable housing and have greatly increased the previously existing problems caused by college rentals with regard to inadequate parking, noise, and garbage. We need an IZD that addresses the problems caused by doubles to dorms and singles to dorms. Next comment is from Mary Mizing Gubala. I support this amendment. And finally, we have a comment from Susan Johnson on behalf. On behalf of the town of Carrollton Watch, I support the university area amended IZD. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. All right, I want to thank all of the neighbors who've weighed in as well as who are chiefly responsible for us pulling this off the consent agenda and fixing some technical issues. With that, I will move on the ordinance as twice amended. Second by President Morrell. Six yeas, no nays. Thank you all very much.
We're now at the bottom of page 54. Ordinance calendar number 34,162 by Councilmember Thomas by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into amendment number 1 to a previously executed cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and Capital Area Corporate Recycling Council for the valuable public purpose of providing electronic waste removal and recycling services, reducing dumping fees, reducing electronic waste in landfills, and providing greater access to technology, to extend the term thereof for 1 year, and to reaffirm the maximum aggregate amount of compensation of 0 as more fully set forth in amendment number 1 form attached hereto as exhibit 1 and made a part hereof and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Previously executed CEA, zero compensation, move adoption. Second by Councilmember Green, vote your machines. 6 yeas, no nays, and the ordinance is adopted.
We're now going to go to the top of page 56. We have ordinance calendar number 34,172 by Councilmember King by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,266 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate funds to the Office of Cultural Economy for Mardi Gras, Jazz Fest, and Bayou Classic events, and to embrace cultural economic initiatives and partnerships, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. The fiscal note was received.
Madam Clerk, will make a motion to move, a move. Probably second by Councilmember Jeruso. Six yeas, no nays, motion is adopted.
At the bottom of the page, we have ordinance calendar number 34,173 by Councilmember King by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,265 MCS as amended. Entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate funds to the Office of Cultural Economy for marketing materials, international exchanges, membership, subscription, and events, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Make a motion to move. Properly second by Councilmember Harris. 5 yeas, no, 6 yeas, no nays, motion is adopted.
Mhm. On top of page 57, we have ordinance calendar number 34,174 by Councilmember King by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,266 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate funds to the Office of Cultural Economy for marketing materials, international exchanges, membership, subscription, and events, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. A fiscal note was received.
Make a motion to move. Properly second by Councilman Morrell. 6 yeas, no nays, motion is adopted.
At the bottom of the page, ordinance calendar number 34,175 by Councilmember King by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,265 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate funds to the Office of Cultural Economy for business development, membership, subscriptions, marketing, and events, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
All right, I make a motion to adopt. Properly second. 6 yeas, no nays, motion is adopted.
On top of page 58, ordinance calendar number 34,176 by Councilmember King by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,266 as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate funds to the Office of Cultural Economy for business development, membership, subscriptions, marketing, and events, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. A fiscal note was received.
Motion to adopt. Properly seconded. Second. 6 yeas, no nays, motion is adopted.
At the bottom of the page, resolution R 2313 has been withdrawn. On top of page 59, resolution line over R 2317 has been withdrawn. Resolution line over R 23W has been deferred to July 13th. Motion line over M 23-164 has been deferred to May 25th. On page 62. Council members, motion M 23-172, we need to suspend the rules for Rule 57 because it went to a committee, but the committee did not approve it. Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Is the rules suspended?
We have,
I've moved to add to the agenda. Is it already on the agenda?
no, sir, it's on the agenda, but because it didn't get adopted at the committee, that's why we're suspending the rule 57. We have motion 23-172 by Councilmember Harris by request, adding the president of the council as a signatory to the contract between the city of New Orleans and Louisiana Department of Health, Office of Public Health, STD, HIV, hepatitis program. and authorizing the president of the council to sign the contract between the city of New Orleans and Louisiana Department of Health, Office of Public Health, STD, HIV, Hepatitis Program.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll move. Seconded by Councilmember King. Thank you.
At the bottom of the page, we have motion M 23-185 by council members King and Green by request. This also falls under the suspension of the rule that we just did. Adding the president of the council as a signatory to the loan agreement between the city of New Orleans through its Office of Community Development and Unity of Greater New Orleans, Inc., and authorizing the president of the council to sign the loan agreement between the city of New Orleans through its Office of Community Development and Unity of Greater New Orleans, Inc.
Second. Then moved by Councilman Jeruso and second by Councilman Thomas. 6 yeas, no nays.
We're now on top of page 63.
Madam Clerk, we had a special order for 130 of these,
Oh, you ready to go?
yeah, ready to go. That's
Okay. We're gonna go back.
page 60. 60 now, I'm sorry, by then. Yeah, 60. That's,
We're gonna start on page 37. We have,
that's right, we're all over the place. Yes.
we have a communication from Councilmember Thomas, District E, requesting that Sewage and Water Board of New Orleans, SBWNO, appear before the council to address their failure to submit the quarterly construction that was due March 23, 2023, pursuant to Louisiana Revised Statute 33-4091E. Sewage and Water Board is required to appear before the council to explain why they have not submitted the report.
This is established by legislative statute. I think we've consistently said that we would like the legislative statute adhered to. And today, we've also been notified that Sewage and Water Board will not be here. We have not waived their right to not appear. We have not asked the statute to be eliminated, something new drafted, but I was advised that the director would not be here, and he has not appointed any one of his team to be here. So, Councilmember Jeruso.
I think Councilmember Morel was a state senator when this was revised to provide for this very situation. And I think my frustration stems from exactly what you said. First of all, the statute very clearly says the executive director is supposed to appear if a quarterly report is not timely submitted. Title 33-4091E. I have not received, and I'm going to look down the row. I assume nobody else has received any communication about when the executive director could come, if not today. And then Councilmember Thomas, you made the other point that if there's any personal reason or professional reason why the executive director couldn't be here, the chief of staff, the general superintendent, the CFO, or the customer service, or the general counsel could not be here in lieu thereof. And I know we're getting ready to look at a number of measures President Morel has brought. And I think along those lines, these two principles are related. You may not like the laws that the legislature has passed. You may not like the things the council has passed, but does not permit you to violate. And I am tired, particularly, of city-related and state-related entities thumbing their nose at the rules of this council. So I applaud the efforts of both Councilmember Thomas and President Morel in bringing these measures today, because I think it is unfortunately a necessary reminder to a beleaguered agency that they not only need to communicate better with the public and with us, but also that they need to follow the rules that have been passed for them.
The text that I got earlier said that the director was recovering from surgery. It did not say that any of his staff would be here to address this. The latest text that I got a little earlier said that, confirming that I'd received the prior text, but would be happy to appear at some point in the future, not giving us any specific date or time in the future. The main issue with this is that, and I don't understand it, because especially when you're dealing with directors and elected officials who need the public, who need other elected officials because they may want something or need something in the future. It would seem to me like the desire to strengthen relationships and communication with the public and those officials might get you some support for what you may want to ask in the future. We saw one of the best examples of all time of a public official who didn't get support for something that they say they needed and they wanted. So I would just ask people to be a little farsighted, right? You don't have to like it. You don't even have to like us, but maybe be a little Machiavelli about it, and maybe be a little political about it, and how we say in the neighborhood, be a little shipe about it, and develop some relationships that may be beneficial to you when it's something that you want. Councilmember Morrell.
Thank you, Chairman Thomas. This is really kind of a minor precursor comment, considering we have several other measures, but when you see situations like this where the chair of the Public Works Committee requests your presence, and that request is not a request like a polite one, it is a with the force of law, you can't help but be reminded that this is the same Sewage and Water Board that sent a letter to the council that they leaked themselves to the media the day we passed the final billing ordinances, saying, we hear you, but we reserve the right to not follow the law. And looking at this current instance that they're required by law to submit a report, looking at the fact that they have established that they view the law as optional, I would be remiss if I had not point out a very simple fact, which really piggybacks on Councilmember Thomas's comments. The fact ratepayers do not pay rates because they like them. Ratepayers and citizens do not pay millages because they like them. They do that because the law requires that of them. And that if people who have dealt with substandard billing and substandard service are required by law in order to keep their home, to give money to the Sewage and Water Board, it is beyond my understanding how, if citizens of the city have to give them money to be in compliance with the law, in the heck could they believe that the law is optional in their regard? So
Bingo.
I think that's something we should all consider. I know we have other measures, but I am wholeheartedly in support of this request.
Councilor Marino, Council Vice President.
Thank you so much, Chair Thomas, for bringing this. You know, I've had conversations with some Sewage and Water Board board members, and what they have been relaying to me is that they would like, better communication among themselves and the Sewage and Water Board leadership and the city council. So I would think that then it just makes sense. Wouldn't coming before the council frequently to express what's going on within the agency be a good way to communicate? So I'm just a little perplexed as to why this is going down the way that it is. And I'm assuming, Councilmember Thomas, that you didn't just let them know last night at 11 o'clock in the evening to be here today, that there had been ample time, I'm assuming, to prepare to have someone here because they'd already missed their initial date. And now this is kind of their second shot, right?
Yeah, this is as amazing to me as amazing can get. Especially when you're dealing with an agency that not only needs you, there's a statute that requires that they appear before you, and given their needs and their relationship with the public, are gonna need the 7 people up here more than ever. I don't understand that. If I were Sewage and Water Board, I would be at your beck and call. I would be willing to answer every question that you have. I would jump through every hoop that you asked me to jump through, especially if it was constitutional and charter mandated. This is baffling to me.
Yeah, I mean, we always hear that word partnership, right? And if there's really gonna be a partnership, that means that we both have to work at it. We both have to be able to communicate. So I would just think that, coming to the table and to your point, letting us know exactly what your needs are, expressing what's happening with your organization, would be just a good way to communicate, just in general. But then it's also required by law.
Well, if a public agency is afraid of the public, how will you ever get the public on your side? We will await to see that date that they're available. We will not bypass or excuse the statute and not recognize that statute, because we're trying to help them in spite of themselves. They have no idea how far and how distant their relationship with their ratepayers are. They have no idea how much they're going to need this body to strengthen that relationship when it comes time for them to ask for something that they need from their ratepayers. And I would hope that this is the beginning of that, because I'm sure they have somebody monitoring this right now. And I would hope that they would be assertive enough and understanding enough to call and say when they're going to be ready to first of all appear before us. Their system to continue to acknowledge the fact that this is statute mandated, and that maybe we develop a better relationship of communication with them and the public in the future. I don't know what else I can say to this. But we would like to help you in spite of yourself.
Councilman Thomas, I just have my
Councilmember Green.
I know that somebody is monitoring this, and I'm gonna ask a representative of the Sewage and Water Board to get in contact with us within the next 2 hours to suggest a date on which they can come before the council so that we can have this issue resolved according to state law. That should be a simple request, just to reach out to the council right on Joseph Street, not too far away. Let's establish that line of communication now, and it need be only a suggestion, but it need be not that we are being ignored in terms of what we have requested and that the law is being ignored. I think that that's a reasonable outreach factor, if you will, and I'd like to see that communicated to us so that we can move forward in the right spirit, which is being available to the public so that the public knows in advance. That's all.
Absolutely. We would hope that they would take advantage of that. We have a card, Mr. Burnside.
I don't like jumping on people who aren't here, and other than the 7 elected members up there, I don't really like jumping on people that much.
But you do it in front of our face.
But,
I love it.
yeah, I try to be honest. It's not always easy. You mentioned something in passing that was really important, Councilman Thomas, which is the distance that exists between the ratepayers and the provider of service. The Sewage and Water Board is incredibly important for civilization. I mean, without water, we're Jacksonville, Mississippi. Without sewer, we're a third world cesspit. The Sewage and Water Board is incredibly important for the functioning not only of the city, but for the people inside of the city. But it doesn't seem outwardly, in my experience of 8 years in this city, to fully realize how small things build up to great, huge resentments. I came home last night walking down a brand new sidewalk that had been built by Roadwork NOLA. And there, of course, was a cut in the sidewalk with 2 big orange barrels with flashing little lights and the brand new sidewalk had been cut nicely. And there was the water meter right in the middle of the cut. And sure enough, on the other side of the street this morning, when I was walking to the corner store to get a newspaper, there's the matching cut. Beautiful cut right in the middle of the sidewalk that just got built. Now, there are always emergencies and there's always things you need to do. But when I built my home with my own two hands over a year and a half, I had a problem with the water meter because it hadn't been used in 30 years. And so they came out and gave me a brand new water meter for free, which was wonderful. And in the process, they tore up the sidewalk. They didn't replace that sidewalk for a year and a half. For a year and a half, I had metal mesh and wood and everything there to receive a concrete pour that they had put in with their contractors, but no concrete pour. And I talked to the concrete subcontractor a couple of times when I met him on other contracts about why he didn't come pour. And the short answer was he hadn't gotten paid. So the problem for me in my relationship with Sujan Water Board is that they have functionally been above the law for the 8 years I've been here. They cut holes in streets, they fill them with gravel and they leave. The gravel erodes and cars just bottom out on these things. And that's a functional truth of their behavior. They come, they cut, they fill with gravel, they leave, they never come back for years, literally years. I don't know what to do about it, but if nothing's done about it, the 7,000 people that left last year are going to be joined by another 7 leaving this year.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. Madam Clerk.
Council members, we're now going to the bottom of page 60. We have Resolution R 23-167 by Councilmember Morrell, encouraging the legislative auditor to conduct an audit of the Sewage and Water Board of New Orleans relative to the utilities compliance with all relevant federal, state, and local laws.
Thank you. Not to belabor the points that were made during Councilmember Thomas's comments, but at this point, based upon our own interactions as well as observations that were made by the Office of Inspector General, I think it's important for us. I mean, these are observations and stories by our Inspector General, such as the city of New Orleans providing parking for Sewage and Water Board employees, and those employees then creating fraudulent handicap stickers to park closer to the building. And think about that for a second. The city of New Orleans taxpayers are paying for you to have a free parking spot, and that wasn't good enough. Instead, they used handicap parking stickers of dead people to block handicap spots in front of the building so that handicapped individuals who were trying to pay their sewage and water board bill had to park further away, possibly in a paid parking lot, to then enter the building. That's just one example. You look at today with Councilmember Thomas, with them not complying with the law that says they have to have means, and the meeting past March, as well as their letters declaring they will not follow laws they don't like that we pass. It just begs the question, what else are they not following? And it simply asked the legislative auditor, as they are a state agency that has both the legislative auditor and the Officer Inspector General have concurrent jurisdiction. The legislative auditor to simply do an audit to make sure that they're in compliance with all the relevant laws. That's what the resolution seeks to do. I will move adoption unless there's any comments. Seeing none, I have moved. Councilmember Moreno has seconded. Please vote your machines. 7 yeas, no nays. It is adopted. Or did you want to speak on that, Mr. Burnside, or down the earlier one? Okay. I will ask you on each one under the assumption that you have a card on all of them. Okay, so.
On top of page 61, we have Resolution R 23-168 by Councilmember Morrell. A resolution in support of House Bill number 225 by Representative Stephanie Halferty relative to billing practices of the Sewage and Water Board of New Orleans.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Both Councilman Thomas, Chairman Jeruso, Chairman Thomas, Chairman Jeruso, and I all serve on the Sewage and Water Board Billing Advisory Committee. And our efforts over the last year and a half to create and present new fair billing practices under the guidance of the council. It seemed that during that process, and I hope I'm not speaking out of turn, and my two colleagues will correct me if I'm wrong, whenever we tried to have compromises or solutions, Sewage and Water Board would create new obstacles. The newest of which being this argument that bills cannot be corrected because the state prohibits the giving away of water. On a general issue, as far as that argument, the entire agricultural and petrochemical industry uses water for free across the entire state of Louisiana, to the point where water tables have dropped below where people can actually get drinkable water. So if there was a constitutional provision that prevented getting free water, the state has never followed it. But further, it is an underlying issue that is a non-issue, but Stephanie Hilferty, who's also a member and a member of the House of Representatives, has a piece of legislation that will clarify this issue in statute. And this is simply expressing support for her work, as well as Representatives Willard and Newell in the House Municipal Committee that recently worked and supported on getting it out. Madam Clerk, several council members have asked if they could be added as co-authors at this time. Can I have the opportunity for the whole entire council to be added as co-authors?
On all of these, sir?
On all of these.
Okay.
And with that, unless someone has comment, Mr. Burnside, you have a comment?
It's really not one I want to make, but I'm gonna make it anyway. So I got fired. I was a young man, I was 29. I walked to the zoo and I cried for 2 hours, went home and told my father and my younger sister who was going through high school that we were going to be homeless at the end of the month. So when I'm going to say this, you have to understand that it's not based on hate, although it may be based on craziness. A number of people need to get fired, and we have no way to fire them. And the people who need to get fired have a corrupting moral influence on the rest of the workforce at Sewage and Water Board. So 4 people showed up to fix a concrete patch in front of my neighbor's house, which was within, let's be generous, 20 feet of my window, which was up with summertime, and I listened to them and their social interaction with each other. They were 4 young men of color, 1 who was the leader and 3 who weren't. 2 of the young men were willing workers. 2 of the young men were not willing workers. Of the 2 unwilling workers, 1 man felt sort of coerced into working, although he felt very comfortable bitching about it. The other man did no work whatsoever and could not be forced to work. Of the 2 willing workers, 1 was the leader, and he seemed to think leadership meant compensation for the work of the ones not being worked. I'm not a good leader. Even when I was in the Army, I was not really a leader. Motivating human beings is hard, and it can be unpleasant. The Sewage and Water Board seems to have no mechanism by which people that don't work are fired, and people that lead are trained well and rewarded. And until the workforce at Sewage and Water Board comes under some sort of internal professionalization and desire to serve, it needs some sort of external power applied to it to bring it into some sort of conformity with workforce norms. Namely, if you're going to get paid for 40 hours, it would be really, really nice if you put in 40 hours worth of work.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. I don't see any other questions. I'll move that we adopt the resolution, seconded by Councilmember Thomas. Please vote your machines. Six yeas, no nays. The resolution is adopted.
We have resolution
Oh. He voted, then he walked out. Okay. 6 yeas, no nays, the resolution's adopted. 7 yeas, no nays, the resolution's adopted.
We have resolution R 23-169 by Councilmember Morrell, adding all the other council members. A resolution stating that the council will not introduce an instrument to increase Sewage and Water Board of New Orleans rates until the utility demonstrates that it has implemented all aspects of the local laws governing its billing practices.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The Inspector General did a review of Sewage and Water Board's billing practices, and this resolution is actually based upon the recommendation by the Orleans Parish Inspector General. He stated that the billing practices of Sewage and Water Board currently are so dysfunctional, and that based upon his auditing practices, so concerning that his recommendation to Sewage and Water Board in his analysis was they should not go forward with any rate increase until they resolve billing issues. And we are simply in this resolution establishing, based upon our own interaction and the Inspector General's guidance, that we will not introduce Sewage and Water Board rate increases until we have assurances that the billing practices are correct. Councilman Druso.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I would like to point out that this council has approved substantial funding for Sewage and Water Board almost at every significant instance. When they've come to us with bonding requests, the council has said yes. When they came to us with the WIFIA loan, which is a couple $100 million, low interest from the federal government, we said yes. And the council, with a lot of push from myself and Councilmember Moreno, supported $52 million, $22 million for their frequency change, or $30 million for the substation. I would also note, and I think this is part of what the president was hitting at, is in the most recent quarterly report, Sewage and Water Board has their own accounts receivable at $156 million. It's really hard to give people more money when your amount that you're owed is that much. And we've repeatedly asked, how much of that is good debt? How much of that is bad debt? How much of this is debt for things that aren't owed? And we've never been given a clear picture. So I don't know how we go to the public and ask them to continue to support a utility when there's that much money that's outstanding, and for which this council has not been punitive and has routinely given them the money that they needed to serve the public. Thank you.
Mr. Burns, you have a comment?
So having besmirched the reputation, I feel it incumbent on me to come up here and speak something that's good and correct. There's a gentleman who was in the employ of Sewage and Water Board who was directly responsible for a positive change in my environment that has sustained itself for years. There was a restaurant very near my house that saw fit to not clean up its sewer line. Sewer line had a catch device inside of it to separate out grease from their kitchen. And they never pumped it out. They never cleaned it. So the grease built up, and then a different pipe that was designed for air travel, effluent came out of it, shit water came out of it, toilet paper came out of it, grease came out of it, and it oozed across the sidewalk for years. I went all the way to the Secretary of Health, the state government, to complain about it. And eventually the mayor sent this individual, whose name I'm not going to say in public, to my home. He showed up at 6 p.m. and we talked. He went up, he threatened the business owner with cessation of water. You can't have any water. And you can't generate sewer if it's going across the sidewalk. And it had been for years. Children was walking through sewer water for years. I fought that battle for years and lost again and again and again and again. This gentleman showed up, fixed the problem. He exercised power on behalf of the people in my neighborhood. He changed the behavior of a business owner, cost that person money because that person now has to hire an organization to come and pump out this grease from this trap. And sewer water no longer flows across the sidewalk, although the stains are still there and I could show them to you. Sewage and Water Board does have successes. They are necessary for the functioning of this city. It hurts me more than I can express to see government weaken and come under assault, in part because it's not able to have as many successes as it has failures.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. I will move that we adopt the resolution. Can I get a second? Second by Councilmember Druso. Please vote your machines. 6 yeas, no nays. The resolution is adopted.
At the bottom of the page, we have Resolution R 23-170 by Councilmember Morrell, encouraging the Office of Inspector General to conduct an audit of the Sewage and Water Board of New Orleans for compliance with all relevant federal, state, and local laws and organizational policies.
Thank you. As stated previously, this is very similar to the previous resolutions directed to the legislative auditor. The legislative auditor and Office of Inspector General have joint jurisdiction over the New Orleans Sewage and Water Board. This is a mirror resolution. I move adoption unless there's any comments. Mr. Burnside, you would like to comment? And then Mr. Green.
You guys are very kind to let me get that out of my system. Now I just have little tiny things, one of which is, quite frankly, the trash billing should be taken away from Sewage and Water Board, mainly because people that don't buy water don't pay for trash. So a lot of vacant lots don't pay for trash pickup. And then, of course, any trash that's put in front of a vacant lot is left because the people who pick up trash are commercial carriers who only pick up what they're paid to pick up. So trash should be part of your property bill that you pay once a year, or it should be tied to something that's not water, because anybody with a vacant lot's not paying for any trash pickup, and they should. Thank you.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Council President, I actually could have asked this question even before we looked at this. So I'd like to ask you as the author for the public to discuss or just comment on what you mean by organizational policies. Does that mean organizational structure?
Well, it also means just part of the issue, and I think I can go back to that original Inspector General report regarding the handicap license plate sticker situation, is that when you have problems that are widespread within an organization, and that there are instances in which the organization condones individuals not complying with the law, that's what this seeks to find. It's basically no organization, if you've got an individual inside of an organization that's not complying with the law, but they're not doing so with the blessing or knowledge of the organization itself, that's not something an organization can be held at fault for. So let's say, for example, if you've got an unscrupulous inspector who is selling permits and the city doesn't know they're selling permits, that behavior is not an organizational problem, it's an individual problem. The analysis we're asking for, both from the Inspector General and from the legislative auditor, is to see if there's organizational issues, if there are organizational instances or positions they've taken that are not in compliance with the law that they have done as an organization.
And it's not organizational structure, it's for the most part policies that.
Right, we're not looking to see how to restructure anything, it's just whether or not the organization as a whole is in compliance with the law. Okay. All right. I see no further questions. I believe we have a quorum. I will move. Second, Councilmember Druso, please vote your machines. 6 yeas, no nays. 6 yeas, no nays. It is adopted. And I believe we have one more, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. On top of page 62, we have motion M 23-171 by Councilmember Morrell. A motion stating that the Sewage and Water Board of New Orleans shall have 10 days to provide evidence that it has complied with all aspects of the ordinance adopted by the council as codified in chapter 159 of the Code of the City of New Orleans.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is much more specific. This deals simply with the building ordinance that we passed, I believe, last meeting or 2 meetings ago. whether or not Sewage and Water Board stated in a letter after that ordinance passed that they had no intention of following two key provisions. The issue with that, ladies and gentlemen, is that that is their position. It puts us in a position where we potentially would have to have the city attorney file a declaratory action or some other legal proceeding to make sure they comply with it. So this gives them a 10-day period where they can either review and retract that previous statement, or they have the opportunity to say, no, we meant what we said in that letter. We do not intend to follow the billing law as adopted by the council, passed unanimously. And if that is their position, it puts us in the regrettable position that we would have to have the city attorney have to institute legal action against the Sewage and Water Board to make them comply with that particular law. That's what this does. Mr. Green?
And the Sewage and Water Board can certainly speak for itself, but I do want to say this, that I hope that we can work closely together to resolve the issues, and there are some issues that certainly separate us, communication being one of them. I do want to say that I have gone throughout my district, including yesterday, to a number of projects that have been funded by and of which there has been participation by the Sewage and Water Board. Yesterday's project was the Oak Park Drainage Project, for which the Sewage and Water Board is putting in excess of $1.5 million into that project, and has done so in many instances. I know that that's separated from billing, but it also reminds me of the benefit that there would be if we can do these projects and continue to build the Sewage and Water Board and to build our drainage and sewer systems working in cooperation with the Sewage and Water Board. So I just want to encourage the Sewage and Water Board to recognize that I know that I and other members of the council want to see this cooperation work so that we can celebrate. And as Mr. Burnside referred to, he didn't say it specifically, referred to some of the very positive projects that are happening. We want to see those positive projects happen, but we want to work in conjunction with the Sewage and Water Board and this council and the administration to make sure that the best product is available to our citizens. And so once again, I just want to say I'm pleased that I've seen some successes. I know that we're going to have success relative to the Sewage and Water Board plant. Let's get all of these aspects in a row so that we can all be on the same page working together for the benefit of our taxpayers. And a lot of that is going to start with the communication. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Green. Just to do a bit of follow-up before you go, Mr. Burnside. This is actually, this motion is easily satisfied simply by the Sewage and Water Board reconsidering their current position that the billing law is optional and components of it can be declined and not followed. So if the Sewage and Water Board wishes to put on the record in writing that it will comply with all billing laws, it would satisfy what's required in this motion. Thus far, they have chosen not to do so. So, Mr. Burnside.
I'm very much aware of Mr. Councilperson Green's wisdom in ending on an up note. Sadly, I'm not elected, and there are many reasons for that, one of which is I don't always end on an up note. One of the organizational things that at some point Sewage and Water Board should address is the fact that their plumbing inspectors are not tied into Sewage and Water Board. The plumbing inspectors, when the FBI came and raided them, had to take filing cabinets out because everything's still done on paper. So there's a huge communication gap between the plumbing inspectors and all other inspectors. A physical gap, they're in different buildings. An organizational gap, they report to different bosses. And a communication gap, they don't share a common database. And into that gap fall all kinds of strange and unusual little objects.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. I will move for adoption of the motion. Can I get a second? Second by Councilmember Moreno. Please vote your machines. Six yeas, no nays. The motion's adopted.
Council members, we're now on top of page 63, Resolution R 23-186 by Councilmember Thomas. A resolution calling an election in the Lake Willow Subdivision Improvement District for Saturday, October 14th, 2023.
Move adoption. Second by Councilmember Moreno, vote your machine. It's been moved and second.
Yay.
5 yeas, no nays, the resolution is adopted. 6 yeas, it's adopted.
We have motion M 23-187 by Councilmember Thomas by request. Adding the president of the council as a signatory to the lease between the city of New Orleans and Orleans Tower LLC, and authorizing the president of the council to sign the lease between the city of New Orleans and Orleans Tower LLC. The Criminal Justice Committee recommended approval.
This is a lease for the Office of Bureau, Public Integrity Bureau. Move adoption. It was approved in the committee. Moved by me, seconded by Councilmember Marino. Vote your machines. Six yeas, no nays, and the rest motion is adopted.
At the bottom of the page, motion M 23-189 has been deferred to May 25th and referred to the Governmental Affairs Committee. On page 64, motion M 23-190 has been deferred to May 5th and referred to the Governmental Affairs Committee. On page 65, Councilmember Morrell, do we want to come back to this one?
Yeah, I guess we could.
Okay, yeah, we have motion M 23-193 by Councilmember King by request, adding the president of council as a signatory to the professional service agreement between the city and Acadiana Ambulances Services, Inc., and authorizing the president of the council to sign a professional service agreement between the city and Acadiana Ambulance Service, Inc.
Second by Councilman Moreno.
We're good? Okay. Thank you all very much.
Six yeas, no nays, motion is adopted.
Go back to you, Lake Terrace. I want to be added as.
At the bottom of the page, resolution R 23-198 by council members Morrell, Moreno, Jeruso, Harris, King, Green, and Thomas. A resolution stating that the application deadline for Harris Community Support Grant and the City Council and/or Cox Communication Louisiana's Community Grant is Monday, July 10th, 2023.
Move adoption.
Who's been moving second?
Madam Clerk, can we go back to item 50 after this motion, after this item, please?
At the top of the page, we have motion M 23-192 by Councilmember Morrell, directing the City Planning Commission to conduct a public hearing to consider amendments to ordinance number 4,264 MCS, amended by ordinance number 26,413 MCS as amended, the comprehensive zoning ordinance of the City of New Orleans to rezone all residential plots located in the neighborhoods of Lake Terrace, bounded by Lake Pontchartrain, the London Avenue, Outfall Canal, Allen Toussaint Boulevard, and Bayou St. John, and Lake Oaks, bounded by Leon C. Simon Drive, Elysian Fields Avenue, Lake Oaks Parkway, and Music Street, from SRS Suburban Single Family Residential District to an SLRS2 Lake Vista and Lake Shore Single Family Residential District.
I believe, Madam Clerk, Mr. Green would like to be added as a co-author.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is very straightforward. The Lake Oaks and Lake Terrace neighborhoods are part of what is collectively called the Lake Area neighborhoods. They all share common characteristics, and they all share common other common characteristics with all of those neighborhoods that were funded and created during the creation of the original levy system. This simply seeks to have city planning conduct a public hearing to consider amendments to put them in line with the other neighborhoods that are similarly situated.
And Mr. Chair, I'll just add for a second, because sometimes the public asks, those communities that were created that way are north of Allen, Tucson.
Correct.
Sometimes people think it's Lakeview or other areas. It's all the communities north of Allen, Tucson.
Correct. Thank you for that, Councilmember Green. I'll move to adopt.
Councilmember, we have a few online comments.
Oh, okay, sorry.
First comment is from Kim Springer. She says Lake Shore, Lake Vista, Lake Terrace, and Lake Oaks all share similar historical development as they all started from land originally belonging to LMA. This zoning request represents years of work and advocacy by the neighborhood association. Jean Ippolito, on behalf of P. David Ippolito, comments first. Let me say thank you to the city council for taking your time and attention to this matter. The lake area neighborhoods, Lake Shore, Lake Vista, Lake Terrace, and Lake Oaks all share similarities in the way that they were designed and developed, and they all started from land originally belonging to LMA. Unifying these neighborhoods under the same zoning recognizes that shared history and similar development patterns. This rezoning request represents years of work and advocacy by the neighborhood associations, especially for our neighborhood, Lake Terrace. Since we have been having conversations about this with our neighborhood president, Ashley Haspel, for years, probably since 2018, 2019. Thanks again for your consideration. It's most appreciated. Paul Taboch, the president of the Lake Vista Property Owners Association, and on the association's behalf, I support the zoning change that would bring Lake Shore, Lake Vista, Lake Terrace, and Lake Oaks together, as we all share similar historical development, as they all started from land originally belonging to Orleans Levy District, now managed by the Lakefront Management Authority. Unifying the zoning for these neighborhoods recognizes that shared history and similar development patterns. This rezoning request represents years of work and advocacy by the neighborhood association, especially for Lake Terrace. Since I know I've been discussing this with President Ashley Haspel since 2018, 2019. Thanks to the city council for their time and attention to this zoning matter. Next comment is from Sonia Forte Dewey on behalf of the Lake Shore Property Owners Association. We are asking for your support for our Lakeshore neighbors to rezone all residential plots located in the neighborhoods of Lake Terrace, bounded by Lake Pontchartrain, London Avenue, Outfall Canal, Allen Toussaint Boulevard, and Bayou St. John, and Lake Oaks, bounded by Leon C. Simon Drive, Elysian Fields Avenue, Lake Oaks Parkway, and Music Street, from SRS Suburban Single Family Residential District to SLRS 2, Lake Vista, and Lake Shore Single Family Residential District. Lakefront neighborhoods believe our shared geography, history, and desire to have the richness of single-family dwellings in the bordering neighborhoods are critical to the viability, health, and growth of our lakefront. We ask that you please support such rezoning of the Lake Terrace and Lake Oaks areas to LRS2, Lake Vista, Lake Shore, single-family residential district. Next comment is from Sally F. Arnold, representing the Lake Oaks Civic Association. I am a Lake Oaks resident since 1964 and endorse this motion. This has been a decades-long concern for Lake Oaks and Lake Terrace. Thank you. Patricia J. Arnold from the Lake Oaks Civic Association says, I built my home in Lake Oaks in 1964 and appreciate your support of this motion. It has been a major concern for Lake Oaks and Lake Terrace for decades. Thank you. Dennis R. McSeveny, PhD, says I'm a resident of Lake Terrace. I'm a sociologist and university administrator, professor emeritus of sociology, and dean emeritus of a college of liberal arts, currently serving on the boards of several community organizations. While serving as president of the Lake Terrace Property Owners Association, I became interested in the history of the development of the lakefront area, first as a swamp with the poorest of the poor living in shacks on stilts, the building of the seawall, the subsequent development of the 4 lakefront neighborhoods to today's thriving neighborhoods with growing numbers of families with young children. I never understood why the development of the city's current master plan treated the 4 neighborhoods as 2 sets of 2 when their history and growth are so similar. It's beyond time to amend the comprehensive zoning ordinance and change the zoning for Lake Oaks and Lake Terrace from SRS to SLRS2. the four lakefront neighborhoods, Lake Shore, Lake Vista, Lake Terrace, and Lake Oaks work closely together, and their ability to do so will be enhanced if they are all zoned SLRS2. Joe Hessinger,
Anita, how many more comments do you have?
I have three more.
Okay.
I live in Lake Terrace and urge your support for this. Lake Shore, Lake Vista, Lake Terrace, and Lake Oaks all share similar historic development as they all started from land originally belonging to LMA. Unifying the zoning for these neighborhoods recognizes the shared history and similar development patterns. This rezoning request represents years of work and advocacy by the neighborhood associations, especially for Lake Terrace. Thank you. Next comment is from Joe Prado. Lake Shore, Lake Vista, Lake Terrace, and Lake Oaks all share similar historical development as they all started from land originally belonging to LMA. Unifying the zoning for these neighborhoods recognizes that shared history and similar development patterns. This rezoning request represents years of work and advocacy by the neighborhood associations, especially for Lake Terrace. Since I know I've been discussing this with Ashley since 2018, 2019. Thank you, City Council, for time and attention to this zoning matter. And that's the end of the online comments.
Councilman Green. Mr. Chair, I just wanted to take an opportunity to especially thank those who are watching, who are in those four communities north of Allen, Tucson, for their civic engagement. I had the opportunity to attend the meeting the other night which was just one of those communities, Lake Shore, and there were over 100 people at that meeting. I want to encourage those who commented today and who are motivated to recognize that this sets a hearing before the City Planning Commission. So the next step is to make sure that the City Planning Commission hears the voices of the residents of the community. Their investments or our investments are all appreciated. And I look forward to this process going through the City Planning Commission to address something that has been outstanding for a while. Thank you.
Thank you. I will move adoption. Second by Councilmember Green, please vote your machines. 6 yeas, no nays, the motion is adopted.
Council members, we're now on top of page 66. We have resolution R 23-199 by council members Moreno, Morel, Jeruso, Harris, Green, and Thomas. Recognizing that our city and its people are unwavering in our collective belief in human rights, notably in a state that so often disregards the liberties of our most vulnerable communities. This city council supports the right to bodily autonomy, including the right to an abortion, and requests at least that HB 522, HB 461, HB 346, HB 549, HB 598, and HB 266, which collectively will help to ensure access to timely and appropriate reproductive health care to treat serious and often life-threatening pregnancy complications and support survivors of sexual violence, be adopted by the Louisiana legislature.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Yesterday, I was at the Louisiana legislature with some physicians along with Dr. Jennifer Avegno and advocates, speaking really on behalf of women and reproductive rights. Unfortunately, you know, the ads were certainly stacked against us and the bills that we were supporting, some of them failed. There are a couple that are still, you know, they still have a chance to move through the process. One of them is Amy Freeman's bill, Representative Freeman's bill, that would take away jail time for doctors who are trying to properly treat their patients. Some of them who have been suffering from miscarriages, for example, who at this point, due to the very restrictive abortion ban that is in place, have not been getting the proper treatment because doctors fear of terrible repercussions that could come their way, criminal penalties that could come their way if they do. So this piece of legislation that I have before us today just talks about how we here at the City Council, we support the right to choose, and we will do whatever we can to continue to stand up for women here in the city and across the state of Louisiana. Happy to take any comments. If there are any public comments, go ahead, Anita.
First comment is from Erin Jensen. She says, I believe reproductive rights are human rights. Janice
Katz says abortion is healthcare. Please protect our rights. Annie Birkenthal. This state suffers extreme economic brain drain with talent leaching out by the second because nobody wants to live in a shit-ass state that doesn't protect birthing age women who could financially contribute to society, but the state seeks to punitively damage women who have been victimized or traumatized by 1/3 of the population of men. Make it possible for women to give birth safely, and then you'll attract real corporations who invest in Louisiana and keep jobs on the table. Until then, women don't want to live here and suffer your draconian misogynistic horse stuff. And then finally, Andrea Athus says, as someone who recently had a baby, a planned baby, a baby that I waited until I was financially, emotionally, and mentally ready to carry, birth, and care for, I cannot fathom having a child outside of these conditions. Pregnancy and birth are one thing, but caring for a baby is an experience that a mother needs to have a say in. My husband wasn't here with me. I wouldn't have eaten after my baby was born. I cried multiple times a day for weeks after she was born. My husband and I don't have family here, so daycare is the only option. Daycare is not only challenging to find for an infant, but expensive. I put my child's name on 8 daycare wait lists before she was born, 9 months before we needed care for her. And she only got accepted into one. You can't force someone to have a child, then not support them once said child arrives. If women are forced to have babies, we need guaranteed free quality insurance, formula, diapers, childcare, and mental health resources at minimum. Having a child is important, one of the most life-changing experiences. We should have a say in it. And that's it for the online comments.
Thank you, Anita. And in this state currently, there are no exceptions even for rape or incest. The bill on that was considered yesterday, and unfortunately, it failed overwhelmingly in the Criminal Justice Committee. So with that, I have moved. Seconded by Councilmember Harris. Six yeas, no nays.
At the bottom of the page, we have resolution R 23-200 by council members Moreno, Morel, Jeruso, Harris, Green, and Thomas, adding Councilmember Thomas. The city council is reaffirming its commitment to the quality and safety of all, to include transgender and gender nonconforming individuals, all persons, including children and adolescents, who are diverse in their sexuality and gender identities, expression, and or presentation, have the inherent human right to equal opportunity and a physically and psychologically safe environment within all institutions.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This resolution expresses the City Council's opposition to hateful legislation that is moving through the legislative process in Baton Rouge now, targeting the LGBTQ+ community. We here in the city of New Orleans unequivocally support the LGBTQ+ community. And, while others may be spewing hate, the city has always been one that has wrapped our arms around the people who live here, no matter who they decide to love. So we'll continue to be that type of city. And this resolution affirms that by the city council. I'll say this, it is a shame though, that this is now the third time just in the past few years that I've had to file this resolution because of the type of legislation that's being filed in Baton Rouge, and I'll continue to file it every time that I need to. Happy to take any comments. If not, Michael, I know you've got a card.
Michael Eric Burnside, 2215 Felicity. I guess first of all, I need to say I'm gay, and second of all, I need to say thank you very much for being a city that's been welcoming to me. I read newspapers and I live in a state and I pay taxes to that state. So I'm going to say the following. There are a lot of newspaper articles deal with the word choice and they deal with the word parental rights. So let me tell you a story of choice and parental rights. Once upon a time, years ago, I was a teacher in San Francisco, and I was talking to a young man who was going to Alcoholics Anonymous, and we were discussing how he'd become an alcoholic at such a young age. He explained to me that he was really a she, but he thought he was a he because when he was born, his parents were faced with two genitalia, and they told the doctor Oh, we want a boy, we don't want a girl, so sew up the hole and then leave the Peter. So he grew up a boy, he was 7, he was 8, he was 9, he was 10, he was 11, he was 12, one day he started to grow breasts. His puberty was her puberty, he grew breasts as a boy. Kind of fucked him up pretty bad, and he tried to talk to his parents about it. Wasn't really his choice. So in order to get through day after day of going to school every day, he carried a water bottle with him every day. A nice clear water bottle full of nice clear water, only it wasn't water, it was vodka. From age 13 years on, he drank vodka every day of his life because he wasn't a he was a she. He didn't have any fucking choice.
Thank you, Michael. I'll move adoption. Seconded by Councilmember Harris. Six yeas, no nays.
On top of page 67, all matters, resolution R 23-207 has been deferred to June 22nd. Motion M 23-208 has been deferred to May 25th. On top of page 68, motion M 23-209 by Councilmember Morrell, selecting the Times-Picayune and the New Orleans Advocate as the official journal for the city of New Orleans for the period beginning June 1st, 2023 to and ending May 31st, 2024.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to make this clear for the record because obviously we have a lot of valuable and essential newspapers in the city of New Orleans. Due to the requirements by state law for an official journal, the only qualified respondent was the Times-Picayune. So this is not an endorsement of one periodical over others because we have many, many valuable periodicals in the city, some of which are African-American owned and have been here for generations without interruption. This is the constraint that we're stuck with because state law specifically states the criteria which an official journal must meet. And that criteria is only met by one paper in the city of New Orleans. Mr. Green?
And Mr. Chair, I just want to ask you, you've used the word criteria, it's understood, but for the sake of the public, and Councilman Thomas was referring to it, that criteria is a lot based on numbers, distribution.
It's based upon paid distribution, right? Because you have many periodicals in our city that are provided free of charge, which have substantial circulation, but the legislature determined that you have to have a paid circulation above a certain threshold. Adam can provide additional insight if necessary, but it's a significant threshold of paid distribution and subscription in order to be the official journal.
And I just want the public to understand that because sometimes they're like, well, why can't a small paper, if it's being distributed throughout the, the city, get incorporated into it? It doesn't mean that other forms of advertisement can't happen where they might be involved, but we're abiding by state law. And also there was one respondent who met the qualifications. So,
Well, and last time when the Times-Picayune went to fewer days per week, the legislature saw fit to amend that criteria. And there was a brief period in which the Gambit was a somewhat contender, and then the Times-Picayune Advocate acquired the Gambit. So then that just consolidated who would be available.
you moving?
I'll move.
Show up in the phone.
Guess what? Next time, if the weekly ever changes, I'll buy them.
Right. Right. Might be an opportunity.
Council members, we need to suspend the rules to go to ordinances on first reading.
Anyone opposed? No.
Ordinance on first reading. Ordinance calendar number 34,177 by Councilmember Moreno by request
An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the Louisiana Department of Health for a term greater than 1 year for the public purpose of providing the city with grant funds to increase and strengthen the public health workforce of the New Orleans Health Department so that it may have a greater capacity to protect and promote the health and wellness of citizens of New Orleans as more fully set forth in the cooperative endeavor agreement attached hereto and made part hereof titled Exhibit 1 and otherwise to provide with respects thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,178 by council members Green and Thomas by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into amendment number 3 to a previously executed cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the University of New Orleans to modify the provisions of and extend the term of said previously executed CEA from January 1st, 2019 through June 30th, 2024, relative to restoration of the city's infrastructure damage as a result of Hurricane Katrina, including roads, the storm weather drainage system, water distribution lines, sanitary sewer collection lines, and Americans with Disability Act compliant curb ramp, all in furtherance of the Joint Infrastructure Recovery Request Program as more fully set forth in Amendment number 3 to the CEA form attached hereto and made part hereof and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,179 by Councilmember Moreno, an ordinance to amend and reordain section 102-115 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to expand a harm reduction related exception for fentanyl testing strips in section 102-115 to include other forms of drug testing equipment and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Ordinance calendar 34,180 by council members Moreno and Jeruso, an ordinance to establish the Youth Fair Transportation Fund as Division 51 of Article 3 and Chapter 70 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to ordain section 70-415, 322 through 70-415, 326 of the Code of the City of New Orleans within said division and otherwise to provide respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,181 by Councilmember Harris, an ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit a curb cut along Convention Center Boulevard in a multi-model pedestrian corridor overlay on the public right-of-way adjacent to Square 27 Lot B-2 in the First Municipal District bounded by Convention Center Boulevard, Callio Street, Janine Street, and South Peter Street, municipal address 351 Callio Street, and otherwise to provide respects thereto, zoning docket 1623. Ordinance calendar number 34,182 by Councilmember Jeruso by request, an ordinance to amend and reordain section 70-101 of the Code of the City of New Orleans relative to authorized petty cash accounts to increase the amount of petty cash available to the Chief Administrative Office Equipment Maintenance Division to 10,000 so that the Equipment Maintenance Division has access to sufficient petty cash to pay for vehicle title and registration fees and other related expenses and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,183 by Councilmember Harris by request, an ordinance to authorize the mayor of the City of New Orleans to enter into a first amendment to a previously executed cooperative endeavor agreement between the City of New Orleans and the National Alliance on Mental Health, New Orleans, for 13 months to provide law enforcement assisted diversion program management services and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Ordinance calendar 34,184 by council members Jeruso, Thomas, Moreno, Harris, King, Morrell, and Green. An ordinance to establish the Affordable Workforce Housing Gap Financing Fund as Division 52 of Article 3 and Chapter 70 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to ordain sections 70-415, 327 through 70-415, 333 of the Code of the City of New Orleans within said division and otherwise to provide respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,185 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Harris, King, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29-265 MCS as entitled as amended entitled, an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year twenty twenty-three to appropriate unassigned fund balance in the American Rescue Plan Act funds to fund projects and operations in the mayor's office, the chief administrative office, the Office of Workforce Development, the Department of Health, the Department of Finance, the Historic District Landmark Commissions, the New Orleans Fire Department, the Mosquito, Termite, and Rodent Control Board, and the Office of Community Development, and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,186 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Harris, King, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,266 MCS as amended entitled, an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year twenty twenty-three to appropriate unassigned fund balance in American Rescue Plan Act funds to fund projects and operations in the mayor's office, chief administrative office, the Office of Workforce Development, the Department of Health, the Department of Finance, the Historic District Landmarks Commission, the New Orleans Fire Department, the Mosquito, Termite, and Rodent Control Board, and the Office of Community Development, and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,187 by Councilmember King, an ordinance to ordain section 166-22 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to temporarily prohibit the prosecution of any violations or prevention of the issuance or renewal of any permit, and to amend and reordain section 166-33, 166-83, 166-84, 166-121, and 166-123 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to provide that the Vu-Carre Commission make rules and regulations in accordance with Chapter 2, Article 11 of the Code to permit the name of a business to be displayed on the doors, use of a patron ingress and egress as a permitted sign, to provide for the application and issuance of temporary signs to be erected in connection with a special event or celebration, to clarify that the building defects outlined in 166-121 or exclusive, to provide the VCC violation notice shall be specified, and to modify the procedure related to remediatory applications and otherwise to provide respect thereto. Ordinance calendar 34,188 by Councilmember King, an ordinance to ordain section 10-107 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to establish a temporary alcoholic beverage permit, to amend and reordain section 10-132 to establish a procedure for the issuance of a temporary renewal permit pending appeal of denial or renewal application to Alcoholic Beverage Control Board, and otherwise to provide respect thereto. Ordinance calendar 34,189 by Councilmember Moreno by request, an ordinance authorizing the mayor of the City of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the City of New Orleans and the Greater New Orleans Inc. for a term greater than 1 year for the public purpose of promoting economic growth and prosperity in the city for all its citizens in the City of New Orleans, as more fully detailed in the CEA form attached here to as Exhibit A, and otherwise to provide respect thereto. That completes ordinance on first reading.
Mr. Chair, for the good of the order, I would just like to announce that was not an idle request that I made earlier, which was that the Sewage and Water Board reach out to us and express a desire to have the meeting that is required. And I just want to tell Councilman Thomas that they called me, and it was not necessary to call me. It's Councilman Thomas's committee. It needs to be requested. And so they're gonna call Councilman Thomas. I just want to be on the record. We're trying to work it all out. All right.
You trying to say you got more juice than me?
No. They're supposed to come.
Come over before 4 o'clock and pick up.